Professional Workers in India, NAPSI, since its inception and served as immediate past president 2013 to 2020. Sir also has been served many international organizations such as executive member of International Committee of NGO Forum and ADB based in the Philippines from 2004 to 6. Secretary South Asian Partnership, SAP India, immediate past president South Asia International Council on Social Welfare, Alliance Ambassador to India, Global Social Service Workforce Alliance. Sir has widely traveled in our own country as well as to other countries like the UK, Australia, South Africa, etc. So many countries sir have traveled. Presently, sir is holding the national convener of the National Campaign Committee to enact legislation for the National Council for Social Work Education India. So many, the milestones are there. With this, because of the time constraint, with this, I'll, restrict myself. Sir, we are very pleased to have you as a chief guest for this virtual FTP, and we take great pleasure in enhancing our knowledge from academically experienced person like you. So on behalf of management, secretary, principal madam, HOD of social work and other faculty of the same department, organizing secretaries Dr. Kavita and Mrs. Trisha Sugirta, I once again welcome you, sir, for this virtual FDP CRSW 2022. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. It's perfectly audible, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
I think my colleague Sri Ganesh is not able to hear. Okay. So, Honorable Shri Rudra Murthy ji, Principal Dr. Brinda, Dr. Rajeshwari, Dr. Kavita, Dr. S. Jalla, Teresa, and my friend MB Sri Ganesh, Professor Pamela Singla. And among the participants as a resource person right now, most revered Professor Vishanti Paul. Dear participants, it's my privilege to be the part of this international workshop on critical and radical social work pedagogy and practice. I'm really happy to restore back the relationship of PSG Coimbatore with the Delhi University. Not many people know this relationship, that once upon a time in the beginning, PSG was the part of University of Delhi. So it is restoring back the relationship. Thank you, the team, for inviting my head of the department and me, both from the same institution. Mr. Rudra Murthy and Professor and Dr. Sri Ganesh both have raised a very pertinent question about the objective of education, teaching, learning, pedagogy. Your brochure says that radical social work is there since inception of the social work profession. And I have some point before I go. I believe that the radicalism or radical social work is not too old in practice. I will prove it how it is not too old in the Indian context at least, and I can understand in many of the developed countries as well. I'm really thankful to Professor Vishanti Paul, who was the chair of framing the global definition, and each word of the definition leading to the purpose of social work, purpose of professional social work. Its core mandate is start with the social change. And the moment you say social change, radicalism comes. You know, this is very too important question along with this change, which most of institution of social work has to address in their BMG, in their vision mission goals. Unfortunately, many departments do not have articulated either their vision mission goals, or if they have articulated, their courses are not in tune with the BMG. The question is that social work is apolitical, or social work is political or non-political. Most of the NGOs where we go, we say we are non-political organization. Then apolitical means that politically neutral. Can any profession whose prime core mandate is to bring social change be apolitical? It cannot be. It cannot be politically neutral without attitude, or even without political attitude, content, or bias. So this global definition, and also later on NAPSV has developed its own definition of social work which suits to the India. Another very important word is the empowerment and liberation. And here critical and radical social work comes into the picture. It has to be seen as an attitude, as an approach, that while dealing with a client, are we empowering the client or are we doing the job of service provider? Are we a social change agent or service provider? Are we producing people who will take the reform in the structure of the society, or we are supplying social welfare manpower? The moment we are clear on these terms, these questions, our educational curriculum, our fieldwork practice, our research, all will be changed. Most of the students, those who come to the MSW, though they do not say explicitly, but they come for the job purpose. Because social work in the university system is one discipline which produces large number of jobs. Or I can say better jobs in comparison to other social science discipline. So we have to keep in the mind that what we are preparing, change agent or social welfare manpower or both. That is what has to be linked with the BMG, and BMG has to be linked with the curriculum, and curriculum has to be linked with the fieldwork, research, and action project. I'll just give you one example. In community organization, one sentence I echoed in my ears is still, where community organization processes ends, social action begins. But how many departments of social work are willing to place their student into the social action projects? And especially when it comes in conflict with the state, with the authority. Many departments even do not allow their student to practice the RTI or PIL. What to talk of social action. So many departments, consciously or unconsciously, under the grab of problem solving approach or helping the client so that they may help themselves, they became status quoist. I'm sorry, I mean, it may hurt to some people and some organization, but that's the reality. And this reality is being created because we have not overthought how much radical, how much critical we have to be. If you look at radicalism is not something very, bombastic or like an atom bomb. It is basically in sharp contrast to conservatism. The radical ideology reflects a position on social justice, which is our main constituency. So our position on social justice is very clear. My predecessors have spoken on that, and I have not to say anything on that. Radical practice talks about the four things: education, linking people with the systems, or linking people and with the systems. Third, building counter systems. And fourth, individual and structural response. Now, in the third phase, in the third step, building counter systems, we have utterly or miserably either failed or we have deliberately kept ourselves away from this. Of course, we talk of policy change. Many of us talk of the advocacy. But is it a change which galvanizes the society, or it is a repair under the advocacy? Our own profession, advocating from last 80 years to have a council, if not last 80 years, at least from the first report of the social work education, last 40 years. We could not do our own advocacy because of many reasons. And I tell you, there is a parallel in this country about three things: growth of social work institution, positioning on radical social work, and neoliberal globalization. Or you can reverse it: neoliberal globalization, growth of social work institution, and talk of radical and critical social work. 1990 onward. We have moved from the 70 social work institution to 526 in 2015, which I counted. Now it may be 600. The number of entrants in the social work education system has crossed 1 lakh. Look at the All India Survey on Higher Education, on which I have already reported a paper. 1,15,000 students enroll in BSW and MSW program. Every fifth university in this country provides opportunity for the social work teaching. Now, with this comment, with this size, we are struggling to have a professional organization which have a 5-digit membership. I'm very sure many of you who are listening or participating in this are not member of any organization, any professional organization. Look inside. That will be the first step to the radicalization. Are we, in true sense, a professional? Talking about. So friends, my only 2-3 quick points with you. Are we going to change our fieldwork practices and using critical and radical social work in the fieldwork approaches? Or I'm not saying that you revolutionize the department. I'm saying take the position to teach the content and allow the student to read it and practice it. At least it is possible even in service provisions. If a student is working as a service provider in a government agency, is his last ultimate aim is the therapeutic, or along with therapeutic to empowering the client? Are we telling or teaching the client their rights? Because this is the period of right-based. In past 20 years, we have many new legislation for our constituencies, like disabled, like children, like women, very progressive legislation. So if we are taking these legislations into the practice, we are not coming in conflict with the state directly, because we are taking a state agenda to the people. But unfortunately, we have become a service delivery boy, like a Pizza Hut, simply providing. And 95% of professionally qualified social worker in this country, they search job after passing out the social work degree. Hardly 5%, they look the other difficult areas of intervention. That is why we do not have another Medha. My colleague has referred the Chipko movement. I was the volunteer in Chipko movement, and I left my job at that time to join Chipko movement. There were hardly people from the professional social work in the Chipko movement. And many of you may not be knowing, Sundarlal Bahuguna was the half professionally qualified social worker. He passed out the first year of MSW and left the course. So I talked to him, why you left the course when you joined it? He says it was not talking reality. It was not talking of social action. It was not talking. It was only talking of making repair work. So friends, when we are at this stage discussing the pedagogies in social work, in changed environment of globalization, and at the same time ensuring right what Professor Visanti Paul has written, empowerment and liberation of the people. I think we have to truly interpret these terms when we go for practicing it. Not many people have read the commentary on the global definition, which is more brilliant than the definition itself. I request all of you to go onto the website and read this commentary. This will tell you that how much critical, how much radical social work is required and how we have to practice it. Friend, I am really happy to be the part of this whole process. I will be very happy if we think our position as a status quoist or a change person or a change agent. That's the right time. Thank you, PSG, for organizing this wonderful workshop. You know, as a guest, I must not speak much. So I'm also aware that time limit is there. It is likely to cross. I once again thank you, my colleagues. If I have contradicted anyone, it is unintentional, but I have no regret for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We assure you that we will take steps to revamp fieldwork education in social work and ensure right-based practice. We take this platform to invite social work fraternity to join the professional associations globally, nationally, and at state level, and join hands in the mission to bring changes in social work education in India. Thank you, sir. It's my proud privilege to introduce to you Dr. FX Lovelina Littleflower, my mentor, my teacher and guide. Dr. FX Lovelina Littleflower, she is a professor and head of the Department of Social Work, Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore. She is currently the syndicate member in Bharatiyar University, and she also holds a number of positions as Dean in Charge, College Development Council, Bharatiyar University, Nodal Officer, Grievance Redressal Office, Bharatiyar University, Coordinator, Swachh Bharat Mission and Unnat Bharat Abhiyan schemes, Director in Charge, Center for Collaboration of Industry and Institutions, Bharatiyar University. She has a rich experience of 26 years in teaching and research, and she has produced about 12 PhDs, 11 MPhil candidates, and she has coordinated projects from UGC, NISD, RUSA, etc. She has edited 5 books and has a number of publications in leading national and international journals. Her areas of interest include mental health, disability management, social work education, geriatric social work, and intercultural social work. She has visited Umeå University, Sweden under the Linnaeus Palmi International Faculty Exchange Program in 2006. Currently, she also holds various other positions in Bardiyar University, and she is a member of the professional forums like Indian Society for Professional Social Workers and Indian Association for Social Sciences and Health. We are happy to have you with us, ma'am. So I invite ma'am to felicitate.
Thank you, Teresa, for the wonderful introduction, and a very pleasant morning to all of you. And I'm extremely happy to be a part of this wonderful faculty development program you're all organizing. And I could see the eminent speakers' introduction about this faculty development program on the practice and pedagogies of radical and critical social work. I'm extremely happy really to understand the seriousness or the involvement and commitment you all have to bring the change, because as our professor said, like previous speaker, he explained the need for it very fervently. He was telling that what is the need for this critical and radical social work. I do agree with him, and I think all the eminent speakers would have told the same thing, like we teach only the conventional social work what we are practicing, and from a government institutions, more than the words, I could say that like we have other problems also when we are looking into the critical social work practice or the radical social work perspective. It is highly challenging for us to talk about this social action in practice, the way in which the programs have to be conducted in terms of the curriculum or the practice or even the teaching pedagogies. All that are challenges we always face, and the way we always what we have learned conventionally, that what is social work, how the methods have to be practiced, all that we are doing. But now it is a need of the hour that we have to talk about all these things. We have to find out the reasons for all these social injustice it's happening in the society now, and how we are going to bring the changes in the students. All that, it is very, very essential now. And I think you have organized a wonderful program. I just would like to add that you have rekindled the a real passion towards social work to many of the social workers. That's what I really feel, that a real social worker means how that person should be professionally committed and bringing social justice in the society. All that this FDP would bring among the participants. So that way, I am extremely happy to be a part of this, and my wishes to the PSG College for its Platinum Jubilee celebrations, and also the opportunity to listen to the various eminent speakers who have addressed in this inauguration. And the coming week fully, we are going to listen to the various speakers, eminent speakers, and it's a wonderful opportunity for all the participants. Even we could, I love the students, the PhD scholars, all of them could join in this program, and they can also listen to them, so that the real involvement of a social worker in the society. And our professor said, like the challenge what we are facing, that we are not even able to bring the counsel for us. So probably this again will add more power to the efforts what our senior professors are taking. Let us all join together and bring the changes by following or by practicing or by teaching this radical and critical social work in the colleges and the universities. Thank you, Teresa and Dr. Kavita, for the wonderful efforts you have taken in bringing people from many universities, including various countries, and also our senior professors in one platform, and understanding or making us to go further to this particular practice. Thank you, and thank you once again for the opportunity. Let's meet again. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. In spite of, we have to wholeheartedly thank, because you were already engaged in another college program in between. In spite of your very busy schedule, you have just given a time to us. It is really a big honor and privilege to us. So thank you. Much thanks to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
All
ma'am.
the
Thank you.
all the best and successful for all the men.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. So now I request Mrs. Friza Sugirtha to propose a preamble of the FDP, because since we thought that it has to be addressed at the first, but due to the time constraint and the all the dignitaries, so we are just presenting at the last. Kindly apologize us. Friza, over to you.
Distinguished guest, Honorable Principal, Secretary, Director PSGCAS, Vice Principal and heads of the department, faculty members from the various departments and the participants from various parts of the globe, a very good morning to one and all. And as Dr. Kavita mentioned, the preamble should have been presented in the beginning of the program, but due to the busy schedule of the dignitaries, we thought we will reserve it towards the end. It is a privilege to be connected to social work faculty across the globe on this virtual platform on this august occasion of the International Virtual Faculty Development Program on critical, radical pedagogy and practice perspectives in social work. So I am delighted to see so many social work educators and practitioners in this platform. So once again, I welcome you all. In today's world, characterized by the accentuating social problems, social injustices, and oppression, social workers have the responsibility to promote social justice and strive to end oppression, discrimination through social work practice and policy making, as stated in the preamble of the Code of Ethics of Social Work. So this calls for a critical stance in social work education and practice. In contrast to the mainstream social work, critical and radical social work views social problems as the outcome of the hardships rooted in the economic, social, political, and cultural stratification. This faculty development program is an attempt to provide an opportunity for social work educators and practitioners to assimilate knowledge, thereby reorienting social work profession towards addressing social injustices. By moving away from the neoliberal ideology, which has modified social work education and which is a major barrier for the implementation of critical and radical social work practice. The main aim of this faculty development program is to revisit the existing paradigms and dismantle the barriers in social work education and returning to the roots. So I thank one and all for extending your support and cooperation in this regard. So once again, I thank everyone for supporting us and for participating in the program. So with this, I now call upon Professor Vishanti Supal has joined us, and ma'am,
yeah.
Ma'am, we would like to have you share a few words, though your session is yet to start, being the inauguration, we would like to request you to share a few words with the participants, ma'am.
Okay. Namaskaram, namaste. Assalamu alaikum. Hello to all our participants from across the globe. I love the namaste. It's the divinity in me greets the divinity in you. Such a beautiful greeting. I just want to say congratulations to the PSG College on your Platinum Jubilee. I think it's an amazing achievement. And thank the college for putting together this marvelous program for the week. And I think particularly thank Kavita and Teresa, who's been at the coalface of this. You know, it must have been enormous amount of hours and work that's gone into this, and with support of your faculty and your head of department. Thank you very much. And it's really a privilege and honor to share this time with you today.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We are indeed privileged to have you with us, and we are honored, ma'am. Thank you once again. So I now invite Dr. Kavita to propose the vote of thanks.
So it's a great honor and privilege to call upon to propose a vote of thanks to the inaugural session. So I just want to say that this day will be remembered as a milestone in the PG Department of Social Work of PSGCAS, as it is the first FDP wherein our Department of Social Work had associated with the numerous associations, especially the International Federation of Social Work of Asia Pacific region, the first time of its kind, and International Association of Schools of Social Work, Pamela Singh ma'am is with her, and with the NAPSWI and PSG Care. So that is a center which exclusively, so ours is a very big trust which has almost all the disciplines. We have our medical college, engineering college, pharmacy, physiotherapy. So wherein it is a specialized center which is called as PSG Care, it is Center for Academic and Research Excellence. So they are the one who train us in and all the verticals in around all the disciplines. So they are the one who are supporting us in organizing the program. And I have to thank each and every one of you involved in this academic venture in commemorating our 75th Platinum Jubilee celebration, which is a very kind of its first in social work institutions too. I extend my sincere thanks to the management, our Secretary, Professor Kannan sir, and PSG Care for their kind support. And I take immense and proud privilege to thank our esteemed Principal, Dr. D. Brinda, for presiding over the inaugural session in spite of a very busy schedule. And we also extend our sincere thanks for providing a wonderful opportunity. So while we were thinking about it, she was saying that, so why can't you organize an FDP in commemorating our 75th Platinum Jubilee? So we are the team who entered into a new batch wherein all the senior professors have retired. So it is in our part, this is the first step of our department of taking a legacy. That is, we are just taking a first step with the support of all the stalwarts of social work. So we are intendedly great. We are proud and happy today. And then she was the one who had provided an enormous support, her valuable guidance. Ma'am, your valuable contribution and guidance and encourage had contributed a lot to this FDP. Thank you so much, ma'am. The very presence of the distinguished chief guest of our international FDP, Dr. Pamela Singhala, madam, the professor and head, Department of Social Work of Delhi University. And I take this platform to honor her, for congratulate and honor her for being elected as a board of directors of IISSW. Ma'am, we are honored by your gracious presence. So when I approached ma'am, she was readily agreed, and we were really amazed by her immediate response. Really, we don't know what to do. We had a great kickstart. Ma'am, thank you so much. We're wishing you to associate with in the future endeavors. And I thank the gracious presence I thank the gracious presence of MV Sri Ganesh sir. So, sir, this is not an easy thing wherein we can say, so your presence means a lot to us. So, wherein it is a very, we can say that we are the pioneers in South India or a Tamil Nadu level, but the thing is, so while we associated with you, it has a great privilege for us, and we had a very good platform. So it is not an easy thing that to associate it with the IFSW of Asia Pacific region. Sir, our sincere gratitude to your good self, and seriously, we are much humbled to have your esteemed presence and the efforts, a special thanks, the efforts that you took to have a small logo. We have just simply, sir, it asked whether we can associate it. For that effort, once I've just requested, sir was keep on writing to Ronnie Truel, something that we got shocked. Oh, sir has approached for us. Sir, you have made us something. This is how the senior should be. So we have learned a lot in the very short span of time. And so we are in a base, gracious and generous support, and we are expecting the same for the future endeavors. Much, sir. It's a proud privilege to have the eminent and the notable Professor Dr. Sanjay Bhatt, sir, the Department of Social Work of University of Delhi. Sir, currently, as we had a detailed introduction of the sir, and he's a national coordinator and the campaign for the National Council of Social Work Education. Sir, and really we want to say that you were down to earth, and while we called you, the next second you have agreed, which we never thought that would happen in the next second itself. Then we had our FDP had a great kickstart. We feel honored to have you, sir, and we wish to collaborate with the NAPSWI for commemorating the National Social Work Week, which is proposed by the NAPSWI, which is to be held on from 15th to 21st August. On the last day of the 21st August, we shall celebrate this, sir, an Indian Social Work Day. We request your good self to associate on the proceedings on the same, wherein we can take the message in the South India level. As to promote the social work education to social work profession and popularizing the value, the main aim of the NSSW, and then to present a personal of social well-being of every citizens in the country. So throughout this week, we have a mega program. We are planning in the process. We will take you in the next level. And thank you. We'll discuss with you, sir, in different aspects. And thank you so much for your kind association with us, sir. Thank you, sir. And I wholeheartedly thank the gracious presence of the Dr. FX Lovelina Littleflower, Dean in charge of College Development Council. And she's proud to have, she's from a social work fraternity, and she has graced the occasion in spite of a very busy schedule. Thank you so much, ma'am. And it's our proud privilege. And this is the first time we had our Dr. Rudramurthy, sir, the director of PSG Care, for his great support and in supporting our international FDP. Thank you so much, sir. And my sincere thanks to the Angurat sir, who is in charge of the PSG Care of our institution, and for providing his gracious support and thanks. And my sincere thanks to Dr. N. Jayanti, Vice Principal of Student Affairs of Aided Stream, for her support. And we all inspired by the gracious presence and expertise that you have shared with us, dear sir and ma'am. I would like to take this opportunity, a special sense of gratitude, Professor Vishanti ma'am. She was the first one who logged into the session in the morning, since it is 5 o'clock for her. So I just mentioned my deep sense of gratitude to her, and she had a 2 minutes of her words to also to her. And all the resource persons who have joined, Emmanuel Johnson sir from US, and Hila sister Hilaria, and Nobby Paul. And sorry if I've just left out anyone of you. So in spite of their session is only by tomorrow and day after tomorrow, many of the resource persons also have joined. Dr. Lavani sir, BT Lavani sir have joined. And I would like to take this opportunity to express my hearty thanks to our beloved head of the department, Dr. Rajeshwari ma'am, for her timely support and throughout the program. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind support. I must mention my deep sense of appreciation and thanks to all our faculty members, Dr. Shuganti, Dr. Jayalabdin, Dr. Balamani and Mrs. Anita, for their consistent support. On behalf and my own behalf, I extend my sincere thanks to all the participants who have joined from the different globe. I just want to say we had a participants from Catholic University of Eastern Africa, Nelson Mandela University, and in state universities and central universities of all the central universities, Rajasthan, Osmania University, Rajiv Gandhi Institute of National Development, and the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, and from Gujarat, Chandigarh, Mahatma Gandhi Kashi Vidyapath, Varanasi, Maulana Azad Urdu University, and Chhattisgarh, Shivamogga, Faculty of Social Work from Czech Republic, and University of Malawi. So we had, and something, it is an enormous response that we have received. It is all because of the resource person. Without you, we would have not received this kind of response. And then IGNO, Delhi University, and Bharatiya University, and Malawi, many. So we have around, as of now, till now, we have just received 1 or 3 participants for this virtual FDP. It's all because of your chat. I thank each and every one of the participants who have joined with us, and thank you all for your support and cooperation. So an event of this dimension cannot happen in overnight. So the wheels, we can say that it has started rolling a month in advance. We have done a meticulous planning and execution, and I'm extremely thankful to Dr. Teresa for providing her support and her involvement. She had shown the completion of tasks beyond her comfort zone. So there are no words to thank towards the success of the program. Thank you, Teresa. I take this platform to thank you so much. And I also express a sincere thanks to all our eminent resource persons from different parts of the globe who readily accepted our kind request. And thanks to our Carnatic Music Department, Dr. Swarna Lata ma'am, ICT team, and to my research scholars for their unstinted support. And thank you one and all for wishing you to look forward to all the technical session. And I thank each and every one of you for your great effort and sparing your great time with us, and for your kind association. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now it's a time for the break, and then we'll take 15 minutes of the break and we'll join for the technical session. Thank you one and all, and thank you so much on behalf of our college.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Vishanti, ma'am.
Yes, I'm here.
Can we break for 10 minutes?
10
Your
minutes,
session,
ma'am?
we have already gone
Yes,
beyond the schedule, ma'am. Can we
Yes,
just
yes,
keep-
no, you need a break. So
Yes.
I will also take a break. Can we get on like 2-3 minutes before just to call up the presentation?
Yes,
Make sure
sure.
it works?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay,
Yeah,
good. Have a good break.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dear participants, like we can take a break for 10 minutes and we can join by 11:55 or 12 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much.
Madam, it's not, there is no sound. Hello?
Sir, yet to start, sir. Now we are in a break. We will start at 12 o'clock, sir. 12 o'clock sharp. Another few minutes, sir.
It's okay, madam. Thank you. Thank you. Please.
Ma'am. Ma'am?
Yeah, I'm here.
Ma'am, can we try sharing the PPT, ma'am?
Okay, you've made me.
Just a minute, ma'am. I'll make you presenter. Host. Kavita. Ma'am, I made you the presenter, ma'am. Kindly try.
Okay, but no, it's not this. Okay. Well, you said I must call up. But I called up
Share.
my presentation and minimized it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So called it up. So share. And then go to file.
Yes, ma'am.
No, it says file share.
Is it screen or application, ma'am?
It says screen or application.
On screen, ma'am.
Screen. Okay. Go to screen. No, you're getting my whole screen up.
Yes, ma'am. When you minimize, you will be able to see the PPT, ma'am. Yes, it's visible, ma'am.
Is it? No, I can't see anything.
No, ma'am. Now I am able to see your desktop.
Yes, the whole desktop. That's what I'm
Yes,
saying. So I have
yes,
to
ma'am.
stop
Just
that.
click on. Yes, ma'am. Just click on your PPT from the taskbar. It will be visible.
Okay, but wait, I've minimized you now, so I can't get you. Stop sharing. Okay, but how do I
Yes.
call up my presentation now?
Ma'am, you can share your screen. You can open your presentation and then you can share your screen. But during the
So
presentation,
my presentation is open. I minimized it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but why is it not calling up?
Ma'am, now you have to share your screen, ma'am.
But it's calling up. It says screen, Microsoft PowerPoint, WebEx, WhatsApp. All of those things are calling up this thing.
Ma'am,
But
Microsoft PowerPoint, ma'am.
sorry.
Ma'am, it's better to share your screen and then you can open your PowerPoint to full screen. You can give slideshow, ma'am.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. But it called up.
Ma'am, it's opening, ma'am. It's a bit slow, I hope.
Yeah, but why is it?
Ma'am, now I'm able
calling
to see your PowerPoint,
my
ma'am. Now I'm able to see your PowerPoint. Ma'am, just make it a slideshow, ma'am.
Okay, so it's showing now.
Yes, ma'am.
It's showing
Yes.
well for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, great,
Thank
great.
you, ma'am.
That's lovely. Yeah, okay.
I hope all the participants have joined us. You can please type a message in the chat box. Participants, please kindly mute your mics, and if you have any queries, please do type it in the chat box. It will be addressed after the session. Okay, good morning, participants. So nice to meet you all after the break. So we have in our midst Professor Vishanti Supal. So I am delighted to introduce ma'am, and I will hand over the session to ma'am. Professor Vishanti Supal is an awardee of 3 honorary doctoral degrees from Chile, Norway, and Sweden. She is a globally recognized social work and human rights scholar, international speaker, and activist. She held leadership positions at international, institutional, national, regional, and global levels, including being a former president of ASSWA and visiting professorship positions at numerous international universities. She was twice quoted one of the top 30 researchers at UKZN and was given institutional, national, and international awards for outstanding service. In 2013, the Ministry of Science and Technology acknowledged her as the first runner-up with a Distinguished Women in Science Award. She chaired the following committees on behalf of the International Association of Schools of Social Work, IASSW, Global Standards for Social Work Education and Training in the year 2004, Global Social Work Definition 2014, and Global State Social Work Statement of Ethical Principles in the year 2018. She was senior professor at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, UKZN, South Africa, where she remains emeritus professor and is an adjunct professor at the University of Stavanger, Norway. She has over 100 academic publications and has recently completed her memoir titled The Arc of Our Paths, Growing into Wholeness. So I hand over the session to you, ma'am. We are eagerly waiting to listen to you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I've given my greetings before, but I see some people are joining now, so I'm going to repeat it. Namaste, namaskaram, salam alaikum, greetings from South Africa. It is such a privilege and honor to share this time with you. Please accept all protocol observed on my part, because it's going to be difficult to name everyone. And it's really lovely and delightful to be among such eminent scholars and practitioners. And I presume we have students with us as well. Okay, I'm going to be talking on critical pedagogy and emancipatory practice. I'm going to start with the 2022 People's Charter for an Eco-Social World. You must know that the People's Summit was hosted recently. It was driven by International Federation of Social Workers with the International Association of Schools of Social Work and the International Council on Social Welfare. And it brought together 26 different like-minded global organizations, and through a process of wide kind of consultation produced this charter, which is underscored by these core values: love and care for people and the planet, responsibilities and holistic rights, respect, dignity, harmony and social justice, diversity, belonging, reciprocity and equity, Ubuntu, which says I am because we are, right? We're not islands unto ourselves. Togetherness, accountability, and a sense of community, solidarity, equality, inclusion, and collaboration. And the implications of these, according to that charter, are framed as co-developing reciprocity, co-building peace, co-living with nature, co-creating social justice, and co-realizing equality. And the code to everything says it all, in that we cannot do it alone, that we need to bring people on board. And the call to action is framed as from exploitation to recognizing the rights of nature for sustainable coexistence, economic reform, from measuring economies to sustainable well-being societies, international solidarity, from national introspection to global cooperation, employment and work, from being undervalued to being recognized with dignified working conditions, and state social protection, from reactive public spending to public investment in well-being. Now, what we see that this document, actually, like many of the other United Nations documents, declarations, charters, and so on, presents utopian ideals. And those utopian ideals are important because it gives us a vision for the world that we want. But what it's really short on, and like many of the global documents, are on strategies and how do we realize these utopian ideals that we hold. Now, those utopian ideals and this glorious world that we want for ourselves and for other people around us is actually juxtaposed against this very divided world that we live in, which is characterized by narrow nationalism, religious extremism that we find across the globe, xenophobia, homophobia, racism, sexism, climate change, which we see the effects of right now in the world around us, and neoliberal racialized capitalism. And I think many of our eminent speakers this morning have actually pointed out, these things have their way of seeping into the lives of communities, families, and individuals that you and I work at. It's at that level that we work, and we left to pick up the pieces. And it is unfortunate. And I think, Professor Sanjay Bhatt, alluded to that this morning. Despite all our stated ideas, unfortunately, across so many parts of the world, what we find is an individualized, pathology-based response to these very deep structural injustices, right? If we just have to go into social work organizations and look at the process recordings of social workers, we will find there's so much language of judgments that we have. It's unfit mother. You will find in case recordings that we use language like unfit mother, delinquent child, maladaptive individuals, dysfunctional families, and so on, right? So while we pride ourselves in being a profession that values non-judgmentalism, I actually think social work is in many ways a profession of judgments. And, Professor Sri Ganesh was talking about this morning, we really need to identify what our values are, and not only identify them, but live by them as well. And unfortunately, right, we don't even have this concept on our horizon, right? The whole notion of dysfunctional societies is a completely and totally silenced one. All right. The UN a DP report 2020 titled The Next Frontier, Human Development and the Anthropocene, right, talks about how the global financial crisis, the climate crisis, the inequality crisis, and the COVID-19 crisis have all shown that the resilience of the system itself has broken down. Oops. Right? And it draws the links between the unleashing of viruses and the pressures that we put on the earth. Now, I don't have time to go into the details about the mechanisms by which that happens, but we know that to be true. The report goes on to say that humans have achieved incredible things, but we have taken the earth to the brink. Climate change, rupturing inequalities, record numbers of people forced from their homes by conflict and crisis. These are the results of societies that value what they measure. And yes, it's true. I think in our contemporary world, what we are experiencing is a crisis of values, right? And we are up against three major giants, right? The one is neoliberal capitalism. And Professor Sri Ganesh talked about that this morning. This billionaires that we have around us, while some people have no food to eat and have no shelter, and while people are dying as they're trying to cross oceans for survival, right? The other huge giant that we up against in the profession of social work is new managerialism, and the other is science of the logical positivist tradition, right? Neoliberal capitalism is characterized by trade liberalization, and we're seeing and deregulation, and we're seeing the effects of that, right? Europe actually, through the COVID pandemic, realized that 80% of the ingredients required to produce medicines came from India and China. Right? So we have a complete lack of national self-sufficiencies, and we're seeing that with the disruption of global supply chains at the moment, right? We don't produce our own wheat and maize because we're reliant on global trade so much. That's really unfair, right? And people in Somalia and Sudan are dying because we can't get the grain out of Ukraine. Privatization, we've seen that even with regard to health and social welfare services. And a neoliberal racialized capitalism that puts profit above people and the environment. Right? New managerialism, tons of literature about its impact on social welfare and social work services, right? Where instead of relationship building process, engagement, tuning into the life worlds of people and so on, right? What characterizes much of both social work education and practice is checklists, quantity, measurement, narrowly defined outcomes. I have nothing, there's no problem with outcomes, but it's the way we define the outcomes that's a problem. Efficiency, it's a lovely word, right? But more and more within this new public management discourse, it means that we're able to do more with lesser resources within the shortest period of time and bureaucratic control. Science of the logical positivist tradition, how does that impact us as an applied professional discipline, right? These are based on principles of replication. If I were a natural scientist, if I put chemical A to chemical B, right, under controlled, absolutely controlled environmental conditions, whether I do that experiment in South Africa or India or Norway or any part of the world, I will get exactly the same results. But when we're working with human beings, there are far too many extraneous factors to be considered. Generalization has done more harm than good in many ways, right? People decontextualize research and knowledge and try to apply it to everyone. We know that IQ tests done on American children applied to African children with conclusions made. These are so-called kind of standardized tests, but the conclusion is that American children are smarter than us. The value of neutrality. Professor Sanjay Bhatt talked about this morning, right? How can a profession like social work, which aligns itself with the most marginalized of our populations, the most excluded and oppressed, right, claim neutrality? I wrote an article which is called Politics with Soul. Done right, social work can be politics with soul. Linear causality, again, this notion that A causes B and therefore one single solution will produce result D. And it favors this notion that as professionals, we can remain separate from and observe nature and people around us and impose change upon them and control them. And the proof is truth axiom. Right? If there's no way that we can prove our truths, then that truth does not exist. But underlying this triad of giants, of new managerialism, neoliberalism, and science of the logical positivist tradition, is the largest of obscurest giants. And sadly, that giant exists between our ears, right? It exists in our taken for granted assumptions. And one of the biggest assumptions, while many of us may be willing to critique neoliberalism, right? Few of us are willing to critique the ultra-liberal theory, right? The ultra-liberal democracy that underpins that. And there's a taken for granted assumption that there's a convergence between liberal democracy and the market. But if we have to engender critical thinking in ourselves and in our students, there are some questions that we need to ask, right? If democracy is about human rights and social justice, if democracy is about people participation and respect for human dignity and the environment, if democracy is indeed about access to information and to expanded freedom of choice, then where is that democracy in the face of this market that privileges profit and corporate greed? Where is this democracy where we have increasingly centralized power? And we see that all around us. Where is this democracy? If this democracy is truly about respect for human dignity and the environment, where is this democracy in the face of the market that creates indifference to suffering, inequality, and to the environment, where we have toxic trade? And in fact, we have the death economy. That is what neoliberalism is about. And neoliberalism is based on liberal theory, right? Where is this democracy when the very ideas that we have are commodified? And all of us become complicit in this. And where is this democracy, right? Where so many people have constricted choice to illness, starvation, and death. I said we all become complicit, right? Because we get taken in by this lure of the language of freedom, flexibility, choice, competition. If you just look at us as academics, right? The race for global rankings, regional and global rankings, and the pride with which people talk about it, they do not see the possible structural advantages that they have in relation to producing that. But global rankings and ranked ratings are part of the neoliberal agenda that we fall victim to. Now, I'm not going to do a whole thing on what critical and radical pedagogy is, because I think we're going to hear a lot about that, from our various speakers, right? But I think essentially it asks us, right, to address this question. How do social criteria like race, class, caste, gender, nationality, language, sexual orientation, disability intersect to influence access to power, status, and resources, right? And as our speaker said this morning, it asks us to engage with issues of structural sources of oppression and privilege. But I believe that we need to shift from critical, radical approaches to a more emancipatory praxis. And for me, what is emancipatory praxis? I use the work of Henry Giraud, who asks this very, very cogent question. How do we make education meaningful by making it critical? But how do we make it critical so as to make it emancipatory? There's a need to move beyond analysis of intersectoral social criteria and power to an approach that combines critique and action. And that must begin with the self. Without politicization of the self, I do not think we're going to reach even the critical ideals that we hold, let alone the emancipatory ideals that we hold. Professor Sanjay Bhatt is talking about all those structures that we have and people not belonging to that. How do we create this community of interests, right? And of action, right? Without politicizing ourselves and seeing the bigger picture, right? Many of you quoted the global definition of social work, which I had the privilege of chairing. And although it was developed through widespread processes of consultation, I really had the really privileged position of choosing the words and writing the words. And you're talking about the definition making reference to the empowerment and liberation of people. But what does this liberation mean? If we read the 6-page commentary of it, what it says essentially is that this liberation must begin with ourselves, that we free ourselves from the constraints of our own thinking and free ourselves from the constraints of societal thinking. I draw on the work of Louis Althusser here, who speaks about ideology. And he says that although ideology is false consciousness, unfortunately, it is about the only consciousness that we have. And I think that is so much of the barriers to achieving the utopian ideals that we want, right? The world is more characterized by greed and corruption, right? Rather than strategies and values that will help us to get that, right? And that's because we are not willing to take a look at ourselves. Friends, if we ask the 7.8 billion people in the world, right, are you racist? Are you homophobic? Do you adopt a very narrow nationalist patriotic view, right? Are you sexist and so on? The answer is bound to be no, not me. I'm innocent. It is always other people, right, who hold the prejudices and the discriminations. It's always other people who are responsible for the problems of the world, right? And the next logical question that you and I have to ask then as social scientists, if you and I, who are part of the 7.8 billion people, do not own it, how does it perpetuate from one millennium to the next? And if ideology is indeed false consciousness, that we don't see it in ourselves, it raises some very critical questions, right? If my thinking might not be my thinking, then where might such thinking come from? In fact, people think I'm even stupid to raise this, because if my thinking is not my thinking, who else's thinking can it be, right? How is that self-same subjected being or voluntary prisoner who has submitted to other or higher authorities be expected to shift to being a free subject with freedom to think independently? And this is what we need to bring for ourselves and for the students that we work with and the communities that we work with. We are products of our socio-political, cultural, and economic worlds, right? And as products of those worlds, right? And in reproducing this world, we reproduce that world as well. How do we break that circularity? How do we become the authors and editors of our own lives? Yes, we need to break free from the shackles of patriarchal, racist, capitalist, colonial domination, right? In order to become authors and editors of our own lives. And what are the instruments of liberation from prejudice? And how do we use our transformed consciousness in the interests of radical transformative changes? Now, you would appreciate that within one session, it's impossible, right, to address all these very, very complex questions in all their fullness, right? But I'm going to try. Here I draw on the work of Altheiser again, right? Who says, talks about the term subject, right? And the paradox that the term subject has. It means both a free subjectivity, right? We are all eminently free with the capacity to think independently, right? And yet at the same time, it means a subjected being, right? One who has subjected to a higher authority and is therefore stripped of all freedom except that of freely accepting submission. Now that happens with so much because there's so much around us in terms of politics, religion, the media, culture, and so on, that controls our consciousness from the moment of birth. Indeed, I think sometimes even before we are born. Stuart Hall, similar to Altheiser, talks about this as well. He says we're no longer living in a world, where we are captured and put in chains, right, and taught and told to think in this way. He says we have created the theater of consent, where outside of the sphere of state control, we have given up our freedom to think. Right? We operate in that ideological field day after day without direction and compulsion of the state. So the concept that's used by Gramsci and Hall and Altheiser and so on is one of ideological hegemony, right? That our consciousness gets controlled in this way. So I call it the voluntary intellectual imprisonment of the free subject, giving up our freedom to think. And as someone said, right, we so easily claim our right to freedom of expression. But where is the point in having freedom of expression when we have voluntarily given up our freedom to think. Pierre Bourdieu writes about this in the same sort of vein, right? He he's interested in how society both constrains and liberates us, right? The habitus, the environment that we grow up in, right? Predisposes us to certain ways of thinking, knowing, and doing, right? It's actually extremely, extremely difficult. I do these exercises with students, in South Africa and in other parts of the world when I travel, just to show the constraining impacts of the habitus. In Norway, they have this wonderful, absolutely wonderful health and welfare systems, right? And you can get excellent health care, totally free of charge. And I was doing this exercise with students, where they had to engage in identifying how their race, gender, whether they were urban, rural living, their nationality, sexual orientation, and so on, constituted sources of privilege and or disadvantage for them. And one of the students said, the words that they used was that we get blinded by the privileges that they have, so much so that they do not even see it as privileges, that they take it for granted. And one student said, it's only when I went to the US that I realized how expensive it is to be sick. But as long as he was constrained in that environment, in his national context, he did not see it. Their habitus is codified into emotions, daily practices that produce for all of us, including me, blind spots, right? I can give you ample examples of how I actually perpetuate, I think, particularly sexist practices around me, because I've grown up in this patriarchal structure. I've even seen in myself sometimes where I perpetuate racial thinking, much to my dismay. I hate it in myself, but without seeing it in myself, it's very hard to push back against it. With this, I just want to give one example of students that I work with, right? Students, whether in South Africa or whether I meet students from Africa in different parts of the world, I give them one exercise and I tell them, I'm going to give you one word and I want you to give me your immediate reactions to that word, right? And no thinking, 60 seconds, and you give me your immediate reactions. And I tell them the word is Africa, right? You can bet your bottom dollar what I get is all the negative things, right? Illness, disease, death, corruption. Sometimes I would get the beautiful things about rolling hills, but wild animals, come in a lot, snakes and so on. And then I ask them, do you have built roads? You live in a city, they'll say yes. Do you have built roads? Yes. Do you have high-rise building? Yes. Do you have libraries? Yes. Do you have cell phones? They look at me with absolute dismay. Of course we have cell phones and computers and things like that, right? And I asked them about, has Africa produced Nobel laureates? And they would say yes. Do you know that, Africa has produced the first ever heart transplant surgery in the world? Some of them do, some of them don't know it, this thing. And I point out, about, environmental conservation, ecotourism, that Africa is driving. And I ask them, where is the Africa that you live in? And some of them actually shake their head in dismay, for their naivety, for their buying into this archetype that the West has represented. Yes, we have all of that, the poverty and things like that. But you also have very deep poverty, in New York, right? But when I ask somebody to respond to the work New York, they're not going to give me that answer. So it's the blind spots that we have within professions. Pierre Bourdieu talks about uses the word the doxa, right? What becomes our narrative and taken for granted assumptions within our profession. Right? And in social work, I think in some ways we have this narrative of exceptionalism. You know, we are a human rights profession, and because we believe it, we think that is so. Right? We have a code of ethics, and therefore we are ethical people. So we refuse to look beyond, I think, that narrative and look at things critically. And in that doxic state, right, the world is taken to be natural, even commonsensical, right? Now, there's a case study that I have here, and I'm going to read it. If we were in a classroom, I would do far more experiential exercises with you, but in the interest of time, I think I have to go fast, right? This case study is based on a real case study, by the way. Leila is a widowed woman of Indian descent living in Norway. Leila called. She called the child welfare authorities saying that she was struggling and not coping with her 5 children on low income. She was described as lonely, stressed, and depressed. The child welfare authorities placed the younger children in visiting homes. One of the siblings was a 13-year-old boy. The visiting home family reported concerns about him. He was withdrawn and did not talk to the family. He expressed little emotions and was having difficulty at school. The visiting home family thought he was not happy, and after 6 months, they decided to stop having him. Now, this is the case, and the actual recording of the social worker is this, right? I'm not making this up. It's in this article that I have there, right? In Critical and Radical Social Work, right? It's actually difficult, you know, to think that it is a social worker writing this, right? But like you and me, right, this social worker is innocent, right? And that's the danger. It's the sheer innocence of the reproduction of the prejudices that we have that contributes to so much of the injustices around us, right? The actual recording of the social worker says, in the boy's home, the family sits on the floor. And we know that it's not atypical, right, in many contexts, right? And when they eat, and the apartment is hardly furnished, right? But the hardly being furnished is not seen in terms of the structural constraints of this family. It's compared with the visiting home, which, in the words of the social worker, is a beautiful home according to Norwegian standards. Right? The green I have is for all the Norwegian, and the yellow is for the Indian home, right? And you will see the contrast in language that is used. The Norwegian family is engaged in aesthetics and cultural values, right? Comparing it with this Indian family now that has no aesthetics and has no cultural values. In the boys' home, food is just a necessity. But in the visiting home, right, meals are shared, planned, and enjoyed. The Indian family does not speak Norwegian, right? But in this visiting home, the Norwegian family, they are very social and they love having conversations. This mother, right, who called social welfare services herself, right, and is working part-time 20 hours a week, right, and is struggling to feed her children, right? They say the children are not guided by them. But the Norwegian home, they provide for the physical and mental guidance that the child needs. They also say that in his own home, he does not have space for himself. The whole cultural context, you know, and structural context is not considered, right? And it's compared with his stay in his visiting home. He has a home for himself, right? But he's insecure and scared when he's alone in the room. For heaven's sake, this child has grown up with siblings and he's been sharing the space with them. And he's now in a foreign cultural context, and they expect this child to be flourishing, right? And it goes on to say that in the Indian home, there are lots of different people that come and go. They describe uncles, aunts, and, you know, others. But as a Norwegian family, we have superior values, right? All right. They are engaged in life as a nuclear family. It's the nuclear family that's privileged above this extended family, but they meet with other families as planned activities, right? So that Western norm of not dropping in and saying hello to families, we've got to make an appointment. Now, as I said, this social worker is innocent, and she's perhaps sat in classes, right, learning about a culture and diversity and how important it is to respect diversity, right? But in that moment of writing, right, all that reflexivity is gone, because this social worker is a product of her socio-political and cultural world. She's grown up believing being white, Norwegian, is the gold standard, and that everybody else must measure up to the standard. And this is the kind of emancipation that I'm talking about, that we need to emancipate ourselves from that kind of social conditioning that becomes inscribed in our blood, right? This thing. And this has been taken into there's an added S there, the ISSW 2018 Global Social Work Statement of Ethical Principles. Again, I'm glad that I had the privilege of chairing that committee. And if there's one thing that I have an absolute passion about, it is this, right? Principle 4.7 says that social workers recognize that dominant socio-political and cultural discourses and practices contribute to many taken for granted assumptions and entrapments of thinking, which manifest in the normalization and naturalization of a range of prejudices, oppressions, marginalizations, and exploitation, violence, and exclusions. But emancipatory praxis, I think, is different from conventional social work. It's different even from critical social work in that it turns the spotlight on us as professionals. Not only, by the way, these documents, the Global Social Work Definition, the Global Statement of Ethical Principles, we do not use the word clients, right? We talk about people who we engage with, right? And people who we work with, because we want to engender a paradigm shift and desist from seeing the social worker as expert who provides services for other people, right? Other things. So 4.8, I think, is really critical. It says social workers recognize that developing strategies to heighten critical consciousness that challenge and change taken for granted assumptions for ourselves and the people whom we engage with forms the basis of everyday ethical anti-oppressive practice. And without beginning with ourselves, I'm afraid we're not going to reach the other lofty ideals, right? I have had the experience once of sitting around a table, right, with colleagues, right, who are talking about their human rights work and social justice work, but so uncritically, they were telling me about their surname, right, and emphasizing the high caste that they come from. And I just thought the absurdity of using your caste, right, as privilege to talk about working for the underprivileged. We can't do that. It's the non-conscious ideology that comes into play. Megan Bowler, right, talks about the pedagogy of discomfort. And the pedagogy of discomfort requires that we acknowledge all our complicities, right? I'm not innocent and neither are you, right? And the pedagogy of discomfort is an invitation into inquiry. It's far easier to engage in conversation about disadvantage and oppression, right? And being the victim than it is to acknowledge our privileged spaces and to see how our privileges might actually be contributing to the disadvantages of other people, right? And the pedagogy of discomfort recognizes the power of emotions, because very often it is guilt that prevents us from engaging in discourses of privilege, right? Because we see ourselves as part of the problem. But in seeing ourselves as part of the problem, we can also become part of the solution. The idea is not to engender guilt in people. So when I do these exercises, I give students like examples of my own complicity, with regard to how I've perpetuated racism, how I've perpetuated sexism in some cases, how I've actually unwittingly, perpetuated a discourse on xenophobia, right? And it's innocent, right? But as I said, it's the sheer innocence of it that allows it to perpetuate, right? Growth, like grief, is like going through a circle of fire, getting singed and coming out on the whole other side again. Yes, if we have to look at ourselves in the mirror and acknowledge the darkness within, right? It means turning ourselves inside out in some ways. So the pedagogy is not a comfortable one for you or for me or for our students. It requires that we suspend belief. It requires that I accept that I cannot trust my every thought. It reflects the power of dialogue and the human encounter. We can carry prejudices, right? When we see people from a distance. When I'm talking about the innocent reproduction, many of you have seen it, on BBC and CNN and so on, with regard to Ukrainian refugees, where people think we're well-intentioned, but they were talking about, oh, now it is one of us. It's blue-eyed and blonde haired people, they could be our neighbors and it's happening to them, so we must open our doors. Now, they were being well-intentioned and they thought they're being kind, but that discourse was saying that other people, right, like the Syrians, and the Somalis, they are not worthy enough, and therefore we can close our borders to them because they look too different from us and they are too different from us. With regard to the power of dialogue, I'm going to give you a little story here because you may forget a lot of the theory that I'm talking about, but hopefully the stories will remind you of the theory. When I went to Japan, I spent a day with a colleague and this colleague's friend, and this friend brought his 6-year-old daughter along. I will call her Mimi. At the beginning of the day, when I asked Mimi if she would like to visit me in South Africa, her response was, no, 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 no. Foreign countries are too dangerous. So, I don't want to come there. And that was Mimi's world. Her view about Africa was constructed by the media, and that controlled, her brain and her thoughts. And through the day, Mimi asked me many questions. But at that time, Japan was a very patriarchal society, and Mimi's views about gender was also framed, within that context. And she, through my friend who served as the interpreter, asked me if we had male teachers in my school. And when I said yes, she wanted to know if we had male teachers, why did I come and not one of the male teachers? She also wanted to know if I was married. And if I was married, why did I come there alone and not without my husband? For her, an independent woman was not something that she was accustomed to. But, Mimi also asked a lot of other questions throughout the day because we spent the entire day together. She wanted to know things about like a car, whether I drove a car, what kind of a house I have, and again about buildings and things like that. And of course, I don't come from Africa without the usual question about the wild animals and so on. And I answered all Mimi's questions very, very openly, and we got on exceptionally well. At the end of the day, Mimi turned to her father and in Japanese told him that they must learn English so that they can visit me in my country. Now that really touched me. It may seem a simple story, but I think it shows the power of the human encounter and the power of dialogue. It is unfortunate, that there are some people with so much power across the world, right, who would not open themselves to new experiences like this child did. If Trump did, he does not even know what countries exist in in Africa, right? And despite his geographic ineptitude, he made pronouncements about us coming from, pardon the use of the language, but this is what he said, and I quote, that we come from shithole countries. Now, the power of dialogue, what Paulo Freire warns us is that it is not just any kind of dialogue that will make a difference. He says that dialogue requires social and political responsibility, right? It requires a critically transitive consciousness characterized by depth and interpretation of problems, by the substitution of causal principles for magical explanations, by testing one's findings and by openness to revision, by the attempt to avoid distortion when perceiving problems and to avoid preconceived notions when analyzing them, by refusing to transfer responsibility, by rejecting passive positions, by soundness of argumentation, by the practice of dialogue rather than polemics, by receptivity to the new for reasons beyond novelty, and by the good sense not to reject the old because it is old, by accepting what is valid in both old and new. Now, this is extremely powerful, because if we talk only to like-minded people, right, and we engage in dialogue that's very superficial, right, the danger is that we reinforce fanaticism, we reinforce fatalism, we reinforce narrow nationalism, and so on. And Paulo Freire warns against that kind of dialogue. Paulo Freire talked about the mechanism of internalized oppression. And here I'm just going to give you a little bit about my own biography. I grew up in apartheid South Africa, where every law around me told me that I was inferior, right? It wasn't only the laws and the policies and everything. When you walked on the streets, you saw rights of admission reserved, and you saw words like whites only. And as a child growing up in that environment, I just looked at that and I thought, well, it's a big, powerful government. They must know what's right. So I believed that whites were superior to me and that I was inferior. But in my context, my mother was a domestic servant. So the only way in which I knew whites was through master and a servant relationship, so much so that I internalized my oppression. My self-esteem was that little, right? I really and truly and genuinely believed that whites were better than us. And that's because my mother communicated this message. It is a word that she internalized. She was a domestic worker and, doing the washing and ironing and things like that for white people. They were her masters, and she normalized that world. And she communicated that to us. When we walked on the streets, initially, before we were affected by the Group Areas Act and we lived in a racially integrated area, my mother would shoo us and she'd say, shh, whites don't like noise. And we were taught to treat whites as demigods. And in truth, if you and I examine ourselves today, right, the archetype of whiteness, right, and white superiority is so strong that many of us, I think, carry residues of that, where we defer to whiteness around us. And Paulo Freire talked about a range of strategies, using cultural circles and so on, right? And we don't have time. We'd need a whole semester to deal with this, right, of heightening critical consciousness. Now, during apartheid, Paulo Freire's work was banned in South Africa, but I was very lucky in that I had a very young teacher who came in, who was part of the Black consciousness movement, right? And I had the privilege of meeting Steve Biko, who also was our mentor, right? And Sam Woodley, who was my teacher, right, highly politicized, was bent on politicizing us, right? And she would do drama with us and free writing and all sorts of things, and get us into cue control kind of exercises. And whenever she saw elements of self-blame in us, she confronted us with one truth that for me was absolutely transformational. And that truth was, it's not your fault. Right? For those of us who know family therapy, Michael White, it's externalizing the problem, right? She made us see that it was an evil government out there that was the problem and not us, that we were worthy human beings and we deserved to be in this world, right? But in true Freirean kind of pedagogical style, she got us engaged in activities as well. So we formed a theater group, right, through which we did political education. Now, while we didn't change apartheid at that time, what it did was that it did provide us with a politics of hope. And it made me realize that I'm not a mere victim of society's control elements. And this is what emancipatory education is about, right? Emancipatory education is directed at heightening awareness of external sources of oppression and or privilege that hold the possibility of increasing people's self-esteem, courage, and conviction so that they themselves begin to confront structural sources of poverty, inequality, marginalization, oppression, violence, and exclusion. Now, this comes, from a book that I edited, a chapter that I wrote on participation in community work. And there are, I think, a number of examples of how we can actually bring people on board. If we do not see them as victims, we see them as people with strength, and we draw on their strength to do it. And this calls for more group and community-based approaches. And where we have to use casework, right, there is no reason why we can't politicize casework. Because every individual that we see is a representation of so many other people, right, with the same issues that they're struggling with, right? Emancipatory praxis means recognizing the power of one's own voice, right? But in order to recognize the power of our own voice, we need to be informed. We need to use fact-based reasoning so that we do not allow the media and politics to control, and the corporate world to control our consciousness so much. Many of you must know the story of Cambridge Analytica, right? If you don't know, right, there's a lovely Netflix documentary on it, which is called The Great Hack, right? Cambridge Analytica was a company that through Facebook, right, accessed the data of millions and millions of people, right? And then bombarded them with particular types of advertisements, right? To shape their political choices. So much so that it influenced Trump's coming into power in 2016, and it influenced the Brexit vote, all because people were not willing to think independently, right? We need to be, aware of our value orientations, as Professor Sriganesh said this morning. We need to be able to shift from being the subjected being to being the free subject, right? Really look at all those things that are inscribed in our blood, and to be able to suspend belief, to truly know that we cannot trust our thoughts, to transform, in the language of Gramsci, common sense into good sense. Common sense refers to all the taken for granted daily assumptions that we hold, right? And how can we use Freirean forms of praxis to transform that into good sense? If common sense, right, was so good, then why do we have so much nonsense in the world around us? In fact, much of the problems in the world around us is precisely because we have too much common sense, right? It's this common sense as the source of the problem that we must transform into good sense. Now, I acknowledge that we cannot seek biographical solutions to structural injustices, but at the same time, based on my own life experiences, right, and my education and my living through apartheid, and how I was able to kind of transcend some of the limitations is placed on me, I realize how powerful the biography is in informing our worldviews, right? How we construct social issues, what we think about people, and the solutions that we choose to adopt. We must be able to connect our voices to the pursuit of human rights and social justice. What we have, right, as social work educators and as students is the power of the pen. We can't ask our students to advocate, right, and to lobby when we do not have the gifts that we have in our hands to make a change. So yes, write an editorial, write an opinion piece for your newspaper, and make a difference at that level. Yes, do stand up and be counted, right? Professor Singla talked about it, and I think Professor Sri Ganesh and Sanjay Bhatt, and I think India leads the way in so many ways in that way, right? We can join social movements, right, and joint social action, and these days we can do it at the click of a button, but we need to do it on a consistent basis. Human rights is not about a once in 6 year kind of thing where we raise flags, right? We need to be able to do it every single day. In your introduction to this invitation, the college makes the point that critical radical social work has always been there. Professor Sanjay Bhatt contests that view, right? This thing, and I think you both right, in certain ways. I think human rights and social justice has been there from the inception of social work. I think we have disconnected from it in many ways. I think we need to reclaim it, right, in very, very decided and powerful ways. Bertha Reynolds in 1936 said, if social workers do not stand courageously for all human rights, they will lose their own, including the right to practice their profession as a high and honorable calling, right? What we do need, right, is an evolutionary consciousness. In fact, I do think this is going to be our saving grace, right? This thing. The Ubuntu, that has been taken up by the ISW, ICSW, and IFSW. Ubuntu, comes from South Africa, popularized by people like Nelson Mandela and Archbishop Desmond Tutu, right? And we've seen the value of this, in terms of our transition to a non-racial democracy that was fairly peaceful. We could have had a bloodbath, but we didn't, because Nelson Mandela and Archbishop Tutu preached this value of like seeing the true connectedness amongst all of us. It's now, Ubuntu exists, I think, in many languages and in many cultures across the globe. And I think our Asian values and principles really and truly embrace that as well. The Gandhian values that were spoken about this morning in terms of Satyagraha, truth force, ahimsa, nonviolence, the peaceful nonviolent movement that India has actually, shown to the rest of the world. By the way, I feel good because Gandhi experimented with all of that in South Africa, and we still have, the Gandhi Museum here and their home. And yeah, the old press, this thing of the Gandhi press still exists in South Africa. Now we talk about, respect for the dignity of humanity. And that's very important. But I think what our Asian philosophies and values allows us, right, is to live up to that. If we recognize where this dignity comes from, right? We have these beautiful greetings of Namaskaram and Namaste, which says that the divinity in me greets the divinity in you. And that's because I think the Asian worldview recognizes this dignity rests on the divinity of humanity. The Sanskrit, Tat Avam Asi, says, thou art that transcendent reality, right? We are all specks of that universal soul, right? That's there. So the interconnectedness between every single individual soul on the planet with that universal soul, the Paramatman that we talk about, right? We also, from the Asian point of view, bring to the world the emphasis on loving kindness, compassion for self and other. And I think this is something that we need to highlight. When we, as social workers, we so often focus on the other right? That we forget that we are part of this universe as well. So compassion can't only be for the other when we don't see the importance of forgiveness and compassion for ourselves as well. Gratitude, right? And empathetic joy. Now, when we heard about empathy this morning, which is really and crucially important, right? To be able to try as much as is reasonable and possible to fit into the shoes of the other person. Not always easy, but at least there must always be a striving to do that. But we must go beyond that kind of empathy to what the Buddhists talk about in terms of empathetic joy, right? Empathetic joy is where we're able to share the successes, right? And the joys of other people around us. Academia is so filled with competition, right? So instead of collaboration, what we do is that we sometimes see people work against each other rather than for each other and bringing people on board. So empathetic joy is the spirit in which we embrace other people's successes for them, right? This is another thing that the East brings to the rest of the world. And this is part of our decolonizing, I think, to cherish and value what we have. But I think I always say that as part of colonized countries, we've been so wonderfully colonized that we've given up our virtues, right? In favor of what the West has given us. Only now what the West is doing is taking all these things, right? Packaging it for Western audiences and commodifying it. Yes, as part of the neoliberal world that we live in. We've let it go free and they've taken it and they're selling it, right? Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita takes Arjuna from the path of duality to non-duality, right? And how do we reach the state of equanimity, right? How we to live in this world, it's like the beautiful symbolism of the lotus flower that again comes from the East. To be able to live in this world, the muddiness of this world, and yet above it at the same time. Right? Now, these are things that I think we can take to the global level in social work. There's so much richness. As part of our emancipation, right? We can affirm and validate all that we have and take it to the global level. So yes, Professor Singler, I'm looking forward to your participation on the board and maybe infusing this there. And what we need to see is true interdependencies across time and space. And for that to happen, we really need to shift from egocentric and ethnocentric worldviews to a cosmocentric consciousness. And here, I want to quote the Buddha. Now, again, I just want to say, all of us have sat in classrooms, right? And we've heard about von Ballantyne, right? As the kind of father of systems theory, from organismic biology, right? We've sat in classrooms where we've heard of Bronfenbrenner and ecological systems theory, right? In the 70s, and he's regarded as the father of ecological systems theory. But that again, I think, is like our willingness to be blinded by this Western hegemony, right? What originates in the West must constitute better and superior knowledge than what comes from Africa and from Asia and so on, right? Buddha, over 2,500 years ago, I think was the first ever brilliant systems theorist. And this is what we should be teaching our students, right? Buddha used the word interdependent co-rising, right? Interdependent co-rising, in which he talks about the interdependence of all phenomena and non-phenomena in the world around him. And he said, when you look at a leaf or a raindrop, meditate on all the conditions near and distant that have contributed to the presence of that leaf and raindrop. Know that the world is woven of interconnected threads. This is because that is. This is not because that is not. And I think that's absolutely, absolutely brilliant, right? I have a leaf here, right? Just look at the beauty of this leaf, right? And what Buddha is saying is this leaf will not manifest, right? Without the stars, without the moon, without the sun, without the rain, without the air, without the soil, and perhaps without the hand that plants. It takes an interdependence of all those elements for this leaf to manifest before us, right? If you take away any one of those elements, this leaf will not manifest at all. And I think that is the philosophy that's so deep, that's so profound, right? That we don't claim for ourselves, this thing. But more importantly, is that just as much as this leaf is a manifestation of the entire universe, so is the self. The self is a manifestation of the entire universe as well, right? So, in essence, I want to say that emancipatory praxis, through a whole range of strategies that we have available to us, right, means working towards an undivided humanity. It is not easy because of these giants that we're up against, right? Neoliberalism, new managerialism, and positivism. But the enemy that we really need to counter, as I said, is to counter our own taken for granted assumptions and to work with people in such ways that they liberate themselves from the constraints of their own thinking as well. But we can all work within the sphere of our influence. And whatever that influence is, I always say, if your sphere of influence is the person sitting next to you and you can engage in dialogue, right, to create a slight change in perspective, right, and to validate and affirm that person, then use that space of influence to make a difference in the thinking of that person, right? If your sphere of influence is this family, this small group, this community, use that sphere of influence there. If your sphere of influence is the global level, right, the United Nations, the World Bank, or whatever, use your that influence there. And the spaces are wide within our churches, our ashrams, our synagogues, within our temples. Each one of us can make such a world of difference. And I want to end up with what has become my mantra over the years, the power of one, right? I believe as single individuals, each one of us is powerful beyond measure, right? And we can individually make a difference. But I think we have humility enough to know that we cannot do it alone, right? Whether as a profession of social work, we cannot do it alone, right? The world's problems are too large and too complex for social work to be the panacea. We need intersectoral collaboration. We need interdisciplinarity, right? We need to come together as a collective. And therefore, I think the call of Professor Sanjay Bhatt is saying, come guys, let's get together in a collective. Join the professional associations that we have, and let's lend the profession, but let's lend the people of India voice through the collective, right? And lastly, it's the power of now. And for students, I always say, you do not have to wait until the end of that 4-year degree or so to get that certificate in your hand to make a difference. The world needs you now. The only thing that we should procrastinate is procrastination itself, right? So begin, and we can begin right now. But there's another deeper meaning to the power of now, and that is to be in the present, right? To bring ourselves 100%, right? With brain, body, heart, mind, soul. to the task at hand, right? And if we do that, right, and have it 100% in the moment, then the outcomes will take care of themselves, right? You don't have to go and say, you know what, in 5 years' time, I want to reach the level of a senior professor or whatever, right? If you do your job well today, right, and do it with all your being, you will get the desired results. Students, the same thing, right? If you want to get those A's and A pluses, don't get so fixed on the outcome there, right? If you throw yourself body, heart, soul, mind, spirit to that task of learning and engagement with what you have to do, working on that material, then that outcome can be assured. Because it's as it says in the Gita, right? Live not for the fruit of action, but for action alone. Neither tie thyself to inaction. I think that's brilliant, right? It actually tells us about the art of living, forms the basis of our emancipation. Live not for the fruit of action, but for action alone. Neither tie thyself to inaction. And I want to conclude with emancipatory practice, lived right, means that we will always engage in this politics of resistance and in this politics of hope. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your insightful presentation. It has kindled us to transform from a subjected being to free subjects who connect our voices to the pursuit of human rights and social justice. We will strive to be interconnected with every soul in the world. And together, we will strive to build an eco-social world and make a difference. Thank you, ma'am. Questions, participants, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Participants, if you have any questions or if you would like to interact, please, you can type your questions in the chat box. We'll just spend a few minutes to answer the questions.
Or you can share comments.
Yes, please. Or you can share your comments and feedback.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I just wanted to know about the good sense that Gramsci spoke about. In which text he spoke about the common sense of the good, ma'am?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Ma'am, am I audible now? Good afternoon. Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
I just put it in the chat.
A bit louder, ma'am.
Ma'am, I just wanted to know what is the good sense that Gramsci spoke about. He spoke about the good sense of Gramsci, Antonio Gramsci's theory from common sense into good sense. What do you mean by the
what Gramsci is
good sense?
Yes, what Gramsci talks about is common sense and good sense. Common sense is the everyday taken for granted assumptions that we have, you know, about class, about caste, about gender, you know, about foreigners, whatever it is. It's the taken for granted assumptions. And Gramsci wrote about it a lot in relation to class relationships, right? And issues of labor and so on, right? And what he's saying is that we've got to take these common sense assumptions and subject them to critical reflection and to empirical testing. It's like Paulo Freire says as well, right? And by doing that, right, we would be able to transform them into what he called good sense, right? That common sense that we critically reflected on. It's like, you know, like Name that I talked about, you know, women's place should be in the kitchen. They should be serving their husbands. You know, a woman should not be traveling to Japan on her own. Those were all Mimi's common sense assumptions, right? But through dialogue and reflection, Mimi was able to change some of her views about women, and she was able to change some of her views about South Africa. You know, her common sense assumption was South Africa was a bad place, it's full of crime, and you know, it's dangerous. But the more she got to know me and the more she reflected on it, the more she was able to change it. So what are our common sense assumptions about caste? What are our common sense assumptions about gender? It's the stereotypes that we hold, and all of us hold them. And Gramsci is saying we need to really critically reflect on that and transform that. And the good sense will be knowing, hey, women can do anything and be anything. You know, and if men and women are together, it's not the woman all the time that has to make the tea for the men. That's what good sense will tell us. Common sense will tell us, no, it's the woman's duty to do it. You know what I mean? This thing. So it's taking everyday life experiences, common everyday life experiences, and saying, how can we think differently about this? Yeah.
Any other comments or questions, participants? There are a few comments in the chat box, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. You know, one of the things that I say is that in this neoliberal world, we live in a world of manufactured desire. And that's another thing that we critically need to look at. You know, the extent to which the media shapes our desires and our buying patterns and the way we construct ourselves and the way we construct other people, you know, around us.
Ma'am, thank you that you have explained about good sense. But from which text this Gramsci is quoting this particular good sense, ma'am? From which article or essay quotes?
I just want to say that these come from exceptionally sophisticated philosophies. I've tried to take it, you know, and narrow it down and, you know, to explain it in the simplest possible way, because the whole relationship between structure and agency is so complex. What is inside of my head, right, that I believe to be absolute truth, and what has been planted into my consciousness. It's very hard to separate the two, you know.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Is there something called manufactured desire that you spoke? No, manufactured desire.
Desire.
Yeah, desire, but manufactured desire. What is manufactured desire?
Oh, I wrote a poem recently in which the words that I use is that the world's an oyster of manufactured desire. That's because if you look at your TV and your newspapers, or, you know, and you look at social media, right, almost every day, right, it's throwing in our faces certain types of food to eat. Isn't that so? Right? And certain types of entertainment that we should be having, certain types of cars that we should be driving. I've seen on even NDTV recently, you know, the advertisements for the computerized home aids, you know. So what would elevate your status? What will elevate your position, right? If you eat certain types of food, if you wear certain types of clothes, if you live in a certain type of house, if you're driving a certain type of car, if you have certain types of cleaning aids in your home and things like that. So the media manufactures, right, this imagery, right? And that imagery creates the desire in us for a certain type of living, right? Also, the media creates a certain imagery of what beauty is, right? What beauty is, what color hair we should have, what color skin, you know. If you look at all the skin products, you know, like skin lightening products, the desire is to have, a skin that comes as close as possible to whiteness, right? Again, it's telling us something about ourselves in terms of the way we construct beauty. For weight, supermodels are presented to us, in terms of manufacturing the desire of what kind of body we have. And we know that contributes to even eating disorders, particularly amongst teenagers. So when we're talking about, we're living in a world of manufactured desire, it's particularly talking about the power of media around us. I've written a paper about that recently to be published in as a chapter in a book soon, where I'm talking about the media, which has this wonderful potential to liberate, like education. Education has the potential to liberate, but it also has the power to enslave. And the same with media. Media can enslave us or it can liberate us. But unfortunately, in our neoliberal overconsumptive world, right, the media enslaves us more. And it's also contributing to global warming, right? Because it manufactures desire in terms of consumption. More and more and more and more people want to consume so much because it's a symbol of status and power, right? That we actually, each one of us also contributes to global warming, the carbon footprints of the world.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a good explanation. Thank you.
Yeah. I see Professor Sanjay Bhatt is saying that unfortunately we are not teaching these things, right? Professor Sanjay Bhatt, I think that for me is like for years, for decades, it's been one of my major preoccupation, right? How do we claim these things in social work? In fact, coming from, Asian countries, I think we've got, like the gold mines in our hands. Really and truly, we got the gold mine in our hands. And recently, I wrote in a space and I said, if our religious and our education institutions are failing people to recognize this power in themselves, right? And to see the connectedness, between that personal power and transformative social change, right? We are creating spaces for all these online kind of coaches. They're appropriating it and they are becoming multi-millionaires in the process. But it's because you and I are failing. I don't mean personally you and I mean as a collective, as a profession, we are failing, that we are creating spaces for the neoliberals to take advantage of it.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
So the question, I would like to engage in dialogue, serious dialogue about how do we undo that? Where we can fill that space, where we take responsibility. I mean, the thing is, in the global definition of social work, right, it talks about biopsychosocial spiritual. The spiritual dimension is not excluded, right? People are not biopsychosocial beings. We are biopsychosocial spiritual beings. But I think we exclude so much of that vital component of our beings.
I agree, and unfortunately, this is what the Indian course, if you look at the curriculum which we have developed 20 years ago and which right now we are developing, more and more we are focusing on the subject matter rather than the being, that what kind of person we want to grow, we want to develop through this social work education. And thank you very much for bringing those issues which are left out somehow, but I'm sure that they will come back with this new system of education where some liberty may be given to the institutions to frame their syllabi. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I see Srilata has a comment, Juba. It pains us that we fight in the name of religion and spirituality, that it leaves us little scope for dialogue. I think you are so right. And I think, we've been warned against that in terms of like, if we engage in dialogue that's not really a transitive kind of dialogue that lacks depth. And there is a difference between religion and spirituality, I think. The spiritualities, for me, I'm Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu, everything. I embrace everything, because the core spiritualities of all the religions are like essentially the same. So there is no need to fight in the name of religion. It's when we adopt a narrow kind of fundamentalist approach to religion, then yes, and when it's reduced only to dogma, then we fight each other on it. Again, I think, if we bring it into our social work curricula, can we truly allow students to embrace diversities in all its forms, including religious forms? One of the things I tell my students is that, one thing we should tell people, and I think we can contribute to world peace, right, just by the way we raise our children, right? If we teach our children, whether it's Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, Judaism, or whatever, right, this is our spiritual religious home, and it's sacred and special to us. But just as much as this is sacred to us, other people have theirs that's sacred to them as well. Doesn't mean that people can't have their niche and their sense of belonging and spiritual home, but we teach that other people have theirs that's just as valid, important, and special and sacred, right? I think that's the...
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Srilata Jua ma'am. Ma'am, Srilata Jua ma'am is a professor from Tata Institute of Social Sciences from the Center of Equity and Justice for Children and Families. Thank you so much, ma'am. She is one of the resource person to be addressed on 5th Friday. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your active participation and for joining with us now. Ma'am, if there are no further questions, we can move for the lunch break. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you, Sanjay Bhatt sir, Pamela Singla ma'am, and Srilata Jua ma'am, Johnson sir, and all the resource person and the EduRite participants. We'll all meet after the lunch break.
We sincerely thank Professor Vishanti Supol for addressing in our event. Like, it is a really prestigious moment for us to have you with us, ma'am. So once again, we take this opportunity to communicate our gratitude to you, ma'am. And we are really inspired, and you have explained a lot about the values and the interconnectedness and the things that we do have in our culture, which we have missed to focus. And we assure you that we will focus on all these. We will stay interconnected, and we will also contribute together towards the development of the profession. So on behalf of PSG College of Arts and Science and Management, the Department of Social Work, we express our sincere gratitude to you, ma'am. And we also take this opportunity to thank all the resource persons, Professor Pamela Singla, Professor Sanjay Bhatt, Mr. Sri Ganesh sir, Professor Srilata Jua ma'am, and all the other resource persons, Dr. Emmanuel sir from USA, and all the other resource persons who have joined us and who are still with us throughout this session. It is it is an encouragement for us, sir, as juniors, as beginners in the academic venture. So thank you once again. Thanks to one and all.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
ma'am. I feel so honored to have you in this platform. Thank you so much. And thank you all the members or the eminent and the stalwarts who are present over here. And thank you all participants. We'll exactly start the session by 2:30. So I request all the participants to break for the lunch and join us 5 minutes before. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, sir.
Dear participants, you can break for lunch and kindly join us at 2:30. Sharp by 2:30, we will begin the session at 2:30. The feedback forms for today's program will be shared towards the end of the session, in the afternoon session. So you will have you can provide the feedback for both the sessions. In each day, you will have a separate feedback form. So kindly join with us for the afternoon session. Thank you. Good afternoon, sister. Participants join from a cycle.
லைன் கூட விடாம ஒரு லைன் கூட விடாம எழுதிட்டு
Good afternoon, sister. Yes, sister. Yes, sir, sister. It's loading, sister. Sister, are you sharing, sister? Sister, it's visible.
In my screen.
It's visible, sister.
Okay.
Sister, can we wait for another 2-3 minutes? Participants are joining, sister. Then we will start. Thank you.
That's announced to 30 minutes.
Okay, sister. Thank you, sister. Very good afternoon, participants.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay. So, a warm good afternoon to one present here. Thank you all for joining the second technical session. So here I just want to say that few important information regarding the FDP. So I'll just request all the participants to attend the program. At the end of the program, we'll be sharing the feedback link. You kindly fill the feedback link to us, and then we hereby want to communicate that the attendance is 85% is mandatory, since the certificate will be generated by our PSG Center for Academic and Research Excellence. So it is a humble request to all the participants to kindly ensure your attendance throughout the program.
Dear participants, the link for the feedback link will be shared at the end of the afternoon session. So every day towards the closing of the program, you will be the feedback link will be provided. So please do fill the feedback link without fail, so that your attendance will be generated from that only, and the e-certificates can be generated. Thank you. So I now request Dr. Balamani, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, PSG, College of Arts and Science, to introduce our resource person for the session and invite ma'am for the session. Over to you, Dr. Balamani. There's a small technical issue. So I invite Dr. Balamani to introduce our resource person for the session. Over to you, Balamani.
Good afternoon to all. Myself, Dr. Balamani, Assistant Professor from Department of Social Work. To brief on our resource person, Dr. M. Hilaria Soundri. Dr. M. Hilaria Soundri is an Associate Professor in the Center of Applied Research, Gandhigram Rural Institute, Gandhigram. Having passed UGC NET with JRF, she has received junior and senior research fellowship from University Grand Commission, New Delhi. She has completed ICSSR and UGC major research projects. She has received research award from UGC in the year 2012, New Delhi, and she also received many scholarships. As part of her academic endowments, she has visited several countries. She has authored articles of reputed national and international journals, and she has published 12 books. She has been working for the empowerment of marginalized women and children for 30 years in rural India. I welcome you, madam. Looking forward to an informative session from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Socials being an innovative.
Participants, I kindly request you to mute your mics.
So good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sister. Good afternoon.
So at the outset, I really thank you, Dr. Teresa and Dr. Kavita, the twin sisters, sitting there and organizing so beautifully. So my appreciation and congratulations to you for wonderfully arranging this international HDP, and the inaugural session and first session was really excellent. I really got engrossed in listening to Dr. Vishanti. It was wonderful listening to her. So thank you for organizing such a nice program. And also I thank you for the management, especially Dr. Brinda, the principal and the other organizing committee members, for giving me this opportunity to share my little experience of working in the field of social work, especially from a critical social work point of view. So just to tell you to share something about the institute where I represent, that is Gandhigram Rural Institute. It was started by the two Gandhian founders, disciples, Dr. G. Ramachandran and Dr. T.S. Soundram. They were the founders of this Gandhigram Rural Institute, where they found Dindigul district, which was it was without much of facilities of education or health. So they both came forward to start this institute for the education. Also, we Dr. T.S. Soundran, she was a gynec. So we also have maternal hospital, Kasturiba Hospital. So this is their contribution, and we are part of that. One of the best saying of Gandhi I love. Even I think in the inaugural speech, they were talking about this concept of be the change you want to see in the world. And I believe that we as a social workers, if we can be the change that we want to see in the world will be a beautiful place. So this session that in the coming 1.5 hours that we are going to be together, about the critical social work that we will be looking at. And I would like to share with you three things. That is, one is the concept, and from the concept perspective, and the second is then curriculum perspective of critical social work, and creating a model of critical social work. So the concept, the curriculum, and creating a model. These are the three important things that I would like to share with you from my experience in working in the field of social work and in the teaching. So this concept of this critical social work, they say that it provides a structural interpretation of social distress, that the critics of intra-psychic interpretation common to conservative approaches, and how we look it into a critical theory that leads you into a practice that can really counter the unjust social condition and promote social justice. We know that social justice is one of the ultimate principle or the value that we uphold in social work profession. And I think the critical social work wish to promote this. And during the last 5 decades, that we are the radical social work that gave birth to a critical social work, wish to contribute this concept of social work, social justice into this world. So when we have to go into this critical social work, how do we apply this social work practice that we cull out from the different theories and the approaches, and we try to see how this social status quo can be looked at with a critical eye, and how we as a social can try to contribute in a better way, that we create a better society. That is what the critical social work looks for. And we as a critical social worker, if you have to enter in, all that is expected of us is that we need to be committed to the understanding, critiquing, and transforming the profession of social work and the unjust nature of society. So by the way that we are going to look at the society in the uncertain structure that we see, and the transformation that we bring in the society, not only stops with the society, that we do it through the profession of social work. So ultimately, we are bringing in changes in the profession of social works too. So it calls us for a better understanding, better critiquing, and the transforming of the thing. And in this approach that we move in, we go for a different approaches or the different theories that we fall back when we go into the critical the social work. One thing in one of our later small research, research that we were doing, how different theories or how different subjects can contribute. That was one experience when I look at this integrated theories or the different theories that we need to incorporate is very important. That I would like to highlight is one experience of this working on gender-based violence. We were doing a study on gender-based violence in a industrial city, and what we found was the problem that they addressed was very, very challenging. That is, the women working with the men very closely in the garment factories or the textile factories, and after later becoming abusive of physical sexual violence and all that. So this was the study that we did, but we didn't know where to have a breakthrough or where to hit at this problem or how to combat this gender-based. And while we were discussing with another discipline people, there was a beautiful that came out that was when the woman, when she sits with the men, her thought process, how it can lead to the segregation of different pheromones. And this pheromones, how it keeps attracting men. And if a woman becomes aware of what is happening to her and what she wants to do with the other counterpart, then it is easy at her level itself. She will be able to distance herself against the violence that is supposed to walk in. So this was a big insight that it was a kind of a breakthrough that we had in the research. And we really want to promote how women can safeguard themselves from the different violence and they can keep themselves secure. So this was maybe from a discipline of psychology or psychotherapy, but different disciplines can contribute for a very, very constructive role when we go for a new venture. That is what we see here, how critical social work theories depend upon different theories or how they look into take the important concepts. And especially from the Marxist theory that we really fall back with the critical social work. So when we need to enter into this world of critical social work, the important tool that we need to say is we need to develop culturally responsive education, practice, and supervision. These three are very important when we have to go into this critical social work. As I said, that we will be looking into how the curriculum part of it can be. Also, not only curriculum, but the practice. And we as a social work educators, the supervision part also, how we need to have a different critical reflection. And here I would like to share with you one small example of the supervision, how it can make the learner or the budding social worker to think differently. It was one of the social work students who went into a slum for a field placement, came back saying that in her report she had written that she met so and so one person, and she invited her to the hut, but she refused to go. Then the my supervisor asked, why did you refuse to enter in? Then the person said, no, when she goes to that slum, one small boy who used to accompany her to the bus stand, he told her, this particular woman who was inviting her, who was very much wanting her to enter into her house, she lives alone. Many men come into the house, and so she did not. She lives a very different life. This was the story given to the student, the social work student. So she refused to enter into the house of that particular lady who invited her. Then immediately the supervisor asked her, if you were to be born in that situation, will you not be the same? Just because you were in a different situation, are you not, can you judge her that way? So that was a critical outlook or a critical reflection that was given to the budding social work. And I can tell you that that particular social work student, she had become an entirely different person after that particular intervention of the supervisor. So that way, in the critical social work, our social work educators, supervision role is very, very important. So we need to be critical, not only in the process of looking inward, but also outward in dialogue with others. Like Vishanti Madam was talking about dialogue. We don't think that what we think is the best. No, we always keep ourselves open, and we become aware of our own self, and we try to understand the other cultural context, and we become an empathetic, reflective practitioners. So this is very important when we go in. Now, being critical and trying to have a kind of a dialogue, it always leads for a in a new world. I can tell you about one of another type of a research that we did. It was a small study in Theni district. I just wanted to. The study was on how the information and communication technology can make a difference in the life of the rural women. That was a study that we were doing. The study comprised of one group of women who were not members of any group. Another was members who were the women who were members of SHG. The third group was women who were members of SHG as well as who had an ICT connections. So these three groups, when we made a study, and when the result came in, it was very interesting to study, see in the research, that is, the women who were exposed to this information and communication technology had a high level of an empowerment. And the research team where we worked, they have finally we came out with the beautiful suggestions for Reserve Bank of India, saying that well, in this, it is what is very important is an ongoing training is very important for women. It is not that we just become very empathetic to the women who are uneducated and all that when we stop with that. No, we need to think of something very different and go for an ongoing training, not only fund allocation or a financial support for women, but a continuous accompaniment or continuous learning process we need to give for the rural women is very important. That was a policy recommendation was taken as a part of that particular research. So that is to say that we need to be critical when we go into working with the people at the grassroots level. Just not become empathic, feel pity for what is there, but how far we can contribute for the betterment or the upliftment or for a better policy making. So that is very important. So, as a critical social worker, all that we search for is we begin to examine the state level casework and we interpret critical rationality in daily operations of the social work and the welfare agencies. So, we just don't stop at our level, but we always go beyond and see as a welfare agencies or as a social workers, whether it is on the street, how best that we can do that. So at a different level, we'll try to search for a better way of intervening. And in this process of entering into this world of critical social work, one of the important aspect that we need to take into care is the creativity. Creativity is very important because unless we learn to think differently, it becomes difficult. Now, some of the studies speak about how during the COVID period, the hybrid form of practice, we had it as a social workers, that we integrated face-to-face, digital, and the human practice, and how that was able to bring the best result in our social work practice. So it is not only the outdoor, but also the mobile practice that has brought a different engagement or an increased engagement in the social work outcome. So such a creative ways, adapting to the new things, innovations are very important as a critical social work. So coming to this, the first aspect, that is the perspective on the critical social work. Like Amit says that it means making a fundamental transformation in our understanding of knowledge and practice. So we need to completely reorient our social work in a critical direction. Are we comfortable with the type of practice that we have? Is this working? Do we mean to say that everything is fine? So if you are not very comfortable, why? And how do we look at this? How do we justify this? And the justification, what they say is that we need to become a critic of the positivism that is being proposed, or we need to decline the trust of generalizations drawn from the universal characteristics of human beings. Just because everybody says, I say it. No. And also we need to look into the new social movements that have been evolving or coming out as a part of this, our social interventions. So all these women's movement or anti-caste movements or anti-racist activism or native organizations or anti-free trade organization, all these, the persons with the disabilities or gay and lesbian right groups, all these are part of a different movements that are coming up or voicing out or calling for the need for a critical social work. And this implication of a critical social work takes us to the ground reality of the individuals. Now, if you take, in her papers, she's in her research article, she says how a white middle class social worker will be able to understand the immigrated Somali refugee. It's a big question. So also, I always used to ask from an Indian context. Many times, most of our urban social work institutions do not have an exposure, or even the students do not have an exposure to the rural. But we have a large or huge chunk of population living in a rural area. Will we ever understand the need, the problem of the rural population? So, as a part of the critical social work, we need to look into these aspects. So, the real implication of the critical social work, what it says is that it is not just giving some social work knowledge, but it leads you for an empowering fictions. Now, like in the last, in the first session, technical session, Nishantini was talking about the emancipatory, how you are pushed, how you when the fire is in you, you begin to ignite that quest for justice and peace to others. So such empowering fiction to which can we take forward, can the real implication of the critical social work help you to move into that. So here, what they are talking is one example of what is this perspective is developing a critical empathy. Now, just because somebody is not doing the work, we just cannot justify the person saying that it's a low motivation or he doesn't have a proper thing, intention to work. No. Many times they say the real struggle of a individual, unless we really know, we cannot judge anything. So we need to have a concrete understanding of the particular events in a particular context and the particular relations of the client's movement in a time. So that really calls you for a critical empathy. Here I will like to share with you an event of the International Widows Day we lately had celebrated. There, for me, it was a very moving experience. Now you see here, there are people shedding tears. All those who are sitting are widows. In our Indian culture, just because a person becomes widow, she is denied the right of wearing bindi or keeping bindi or keeping kla. So that they wanted to break. So this was the thing, and it was in a small symbolic way that we did. It was like they have even put it as விதவை பெண்கள் பூ வைத்து பொட்டு வைத்து புரட்சி. It is a kind of a revolution. They called it in the newspaper. These women, they were all in tears. If a person who do not understand this culture of what the culture imposes, they cannot understand the tears of these women. We cannot become empathetic. So to understand the culture, understand the person's context helps you to become more develop a critical empathy. That is the first part of our session now. The second part, what we are going to see is critical social work in curriculum. In the curriculums, how we can incorporate the critical social work. One paper that I came across really inspired me. That is Inev Singh, his paper. This was a study done in Israel. They have introduced mindfulness as a course in the social work thing, and they have made it a kind of a living lab to test how the mindfulness can bring transformation. So it is a critical way of looking at how the mindfulness can be. As Vishanti also quoted about Buddha, the Buddha traditions, how this mindfulness, they have brought it into the social work education. The different, those of you are familiar with mindfulness, you know that it is it's a 8 parts to overcome suffering. And it is also an experience of a present moment. That is just being or enjoying the now. And during this process, they also help them to go through a kind of a meditation where they get connected to their body, thought, emotions, and then gradually they are able to overcome the undesirable experiences. So this Buddha, you know, India, the concept of Buddha was born in India, and this research is being done in Israel, and the mindfulness, we don't very much speak in India, but a country that has taken it as a part of a curriculum, mindfulness as a part of a curriculum, and they say that it had brought a difference among the social work practitioners. And the main thing is that they say it helped them to cope with the stress. And during this process, what they did is they practiced meditation. They wrote a journal. The writing journal was one of another aspect. Then the third one was the analysis of the journals. So this 3 concepts showed what is the ambulance towards this course and the magic of mindfulness and the reflection and the selection. So how it has really helped these students or the social work learners to cope with the stress. So overall, when we look at this particular concept of mindfulness becoming part of the curriculum of social work education, it just not stopped with helping them facing the challenges of COVID-19 at different levels, but also it helped them to go through their personal, professional, also the academic level. At all levels, they were able to see changes that was possible. And that could be the Israel experience. But I could also tell you, I work in the rural area, work with the children, rural women, rural children, and we also teach them about the concept of meditation, keeping silence, doing yoga and all that. And I can tell you, most of these children really were very much benefited by this experience of mindfulness. So I really felt that when I read through that research article, it was a great confirmation for me. Though we have not done it as a scientific study, but I could see that what we have done here in the rural areas as a part of mindfulness also is a very good way of helping the children to cope up with the stress. So whatever mindfulness by itself may not be like a casework or group work, it doesn't go with the thing. And as they were saying, even it could be called as a Buddha spirituality. But whatever it could be the good one or applicable one, if we can take it, then that makes a difference. That's what when I saw this mindfulness becoming part of social work curriculum in Israel and how it has made a difference. So that is the second aspect of the critical social work. Then the third one is, well, having seen or how this critical social work can be more useful, it is also good to create the critical social work models. Now, like when you look at Helen Redfern and Bindi, they speak about the intercultural critical reflection model. So here what they are talking about is they are calling for a kind of thoughts and experiences to see in a bigger picture, and then go for a change. This was again, this study was done in Australia. You know that the critical social work had been almost emerged in Australian context. And in this particular study, they have compared two type of social work models. One was a Western model, another is an Aboriginal model. So the Western model of an Australian social work always focus on the individual. Individual is the major focus, and the individual self-study or the dialogue with the peers. But these things really do not Aboriginals, because the Aboriginals are taught to listen using their sense, and they called it as a gut. They go to the gut level, and they also look at things. No person is intended to be knower of everything. Thus, there is no experts. Nobody is called as an experts. Now, like if you see even our Indian context, though we have different type of research methods, we talk about these RRA, PRA, or PLA. That is rural rapid rural appraisal, or participatory rural appraisal, or planning participatory learning and action. All these are which speaks that at the rural, at the grassroots level, when you keep working with the people, we are not the knower of everything. We learn from the people. People are experts. We are there to learn. So the same concept of an Aboriginal, even we see it in the Australian context. So these Western and Aboriginal model, how we need to look at it, and the critical way of looking at, and then we try to emerge a new model. Though this based on this intercultural critical reflection model, they have talked about different values, knowledge in this process. I would also like to share with you about the intercultural social work work that we did. Yeah, I believe that that is one of the very good aspect of a critical social work. Here, what you see is a book that social work, in which it is an intercultural and decolonization perspective. It is given. This was done in 3 languages, that is Spanish, German, and English. We were 3 researchers. One, Monica from Germany, and Esperanzo from Colombia, and myself from India. We made a study of this intercultural model of how the social work practice are being done in different countries, and how we could emerge at a new model of this intercultural social work. So when we were working at this international level at the intercultural thing, we also thought it is good to document our Indian level of an intercultural social work, the paradigm and the practice. So this also we brought it out as a book. Here in this research we were involved, like our late professor from Bharatidasan University, Ilango Punnusamy, and from Loyola College, Joseph Anthony Jacob, and myself. We were involved in this intercultural social work studies. It was a very, very interesting experience that we had. In this process, that even what Helen is talking is, she speaks about when you have to go into these intercultural dimensions, you have to be reflective of 4 reflective spaces. One is self, another is the physical world, then you have a spiritual world, and the other. And based on these 4 spaces, she also speaks about 6 reflections. The 6 reflections include internal reflection, systematic reflection, existential reflection, external reflection, relational reflection, and access for transformational learning. So these are the 4 different relations she speaks about. This 4 reflective spaces where we respect the indigenous knowledge and the ways of knowing, doing, and being. It is very important when we go down with an intercultural social work practice. This is very different. When you have to adapt ourselves to the different culture and go forward, we need to have an open mind. We need to adapt to the new situations. It is very important. Now, maybe I would like to share with you this models that has emerged from an Indian perspective. We were looking into 3 types of models. One was social nucleus models, social corner model, street corner model, stratification based model. That is, in the social work concept, normally we speak about social casework. But in an Indian concept, especially what I'm talking is from a rural Indian concept, never you can take one single person and sit alone in a house and speak. As a social worker, even if they know you well, they may not very much allow. So when you have to sit with somebody, immediately other family members also comes and sits. One reason is we have only limited space. So naturally the privacy is getting restricted, and it also becomes very difficult to follow up with the individual who or the client with whom we work in the casework. So we are not able to have the so-called social casework model that we are thinking. And critically, we have to look into a new model which speaks about a social nucleus, or the family is a model. So the family as a unit only is dealt at a case whenever we go from an Indian context. The same way, in the social work, we speak about the social group work. But the social group work in rural India is very different. We speak about the place, person, process, and all that. Here we cannot. You cannot, for a group, you cannot find a specific space to sit. In most of the villages, it is impossible. And you cannot restrict the persons, only this person has to come or things like that. You know, anybody will come and sit. And you cannot keep the process as a confidential one, because everyone who walks on the street or sits in the nearby tea shops will listen to very keenly, be attentive to what is happening. So we also see that it influences the informal leaders. So critically, when you look at the social group work that we have it in the rural India, it's not the type of a group work that we study it in the text. It becomes a kind of a street corner model. In a street corner where you sit and you hold a meeting, that becomes another model that you have. Or in the community organization, what we study is that you bring people together, organize, do everything. But in my experience, what I can tell you is that community organization becomes a big challenge, because in the rural areas, when you go, it is mostly caste oriented. And there is a kind of a we feeling is very, very strong. And they are very resistant to accepting other persons, or sometimes even some specific customs and language. In a rural village, if there are 3 communities in a village, 3 communities cannot be brought together to organize a community program. It becomes very, very challenging. So, do we accept this same community organization model as it is, or critically we look at and say no? We go by a stratification based model. We know that invariably every society or every community has a social stratification. So, do we respect that stratification and deal with the individuals or the community? So, that social stratification model that can be think of. So, this way, when you look at this intercultural aspect, when we have to look in, it also becomes a great challenge. Entering into the critical social work, it is not easy. As some of the authors here say that people, the threshold concepts of culturally how you need to be responsive, or the critical reflection, as even whiteness, what Vishanti was talking about, the color, it becomes there it may be color, here it may be caste. So these are the challenge that we have when you know that this is what you want to do, and you will not be able to do because there are number of hurdles that are standing there. So though we want to we enter into the ways of knowing, being and doing, but still we may struggle to really understand what is this critical social work can be. So the challenges the challenges of the critical social work is that sometimes our own children do not know what is their culture, ideas or ideologies. Now, you know that like if you take a student who is living in a remote village in Kodai Hills and goes to Western Ghat Mountains and goes for a higher education or a social masters in social work in Chennai city, I don't think the person will ever come back or ever try to identify with what was their own culture. It becomes, first of all, they themselves are not very much aware of their culture, the struggle and all that. And many times we also feel that very comfortable with our own identity, and we really don't want to go for a transformative space, because the transformative space is very, very difficult, because you have to pay the price for the transformation that has to take place. Now, like from an Indian context, Mahatma Gandhi, the price that he pays for the India freedom, or Nelson Mandela, or Martin Luther King. So the discomfort or the price that you pay for the transformative space is very, very high. So we as a critical social work, when you have to promote, what are we think of, can do that? So the targeted activities and the supported strategies that can be, one is our own modeling. You can try to model, or you can try to do bridging, which are the variables that can create, or which are the systems that can contribute, that you look into. And use of question prompting. Keep asking questions. Why? What? Why it cannot be like this? Why there is a division? Or why one group is living like this? So we keep questioning. And also, when you know that there are people who are at the same wavelength, we try to go for a peer collaborations. We try to work with them. And also then we go for a kind of a graphic organizers, or we try to develop a conceptual maps wherein we will be able to build up a better justice society. So this is one type of a model that you have. Then another model that I would like to discuss with you is, as a part of the critical social work approach, is challenging oppression. This challenging oppression, the oppressive factors, we know that every society has its own oppressive practices. So how do we do that? Or how do we use this anger constructively? When there is someone, injustice is being done, there is an anger in us. How do we manage that? We say, Bharati says, Kanniya Seetam Kul. The Kanniya Seetam, how do we do that? How do we handle it? Or how do we constructively direct it? So that becomes a question. And this I would like to share, especially as a woman, and I know many of the people involved in the field of social work is women. From an Indian context, I would like to call your attention of how, though we are so-called educated, still we remain very low in the gender inequality index or gender empowerment index. We remain very low, and there is always a low status of women. There was once I happened to go to Rajasthan as a part of national level monitoring for the Ministry of Rural Development and the thing. And that particular village, I never saw a woman. And finally, I asked, is there not any woman? And I saw women standing on the terrace and looking at me. And then some women happened to come after the work. What I found was they refused even to show their face. So that is to say, till today, women who cannot have their own identity, what are we doing as a social workers? Are we really able to bring a gender equality? But in my experience, what I see is it is possible. It is possible. I can share with you one experience of one village called Leshmipuram. The women, when we initially started working with them, they were all illiterates. We could have just left them saying that they are illiterates. But gradually we said milk animal, then they started their own milk society. And today I tell you, those women are able to manage the milk society. And we used to have a study center. They said, we don't need a study center because now we are well off. We will take care of our women. So when we look at the women in a different way, we are able to bring changes in their lives. So we as a social workers, if we can critically look into the life situation and bring changes, the world can be really a better place. I think that can also really help us to have a better representation politically, because we know that whether it is panchayat, whether it is a parliament, still women are in a kind of a mockery, not really given a dignified way of treatment. So here also, as a woman, I would see that I wish that we are able to do things differently. And constructing this type of theory for a critical practice of social work, how do we get into? This integrated model for critical social work practice is another type of model that they have used, where they are able to bring in the real respect for the visibility for the service users and allow their voices to be heard. So that is a important part of this integrated model. It is a very nice study that is being done by Sacher. I liked this very much because probably because I'm from India which holds so much of poverty. The concept of Marxism, Marxian things, that is the distribution recognition model. How we live the critical practice of social work can help them to come out of this managerialist withdrawal or isolated material assistance and isolated emotional support, from there to move into a critical practice. I think for us, a country like India, this is very important. We talk about the Millennium Development Goals. The first goal that speaks about end poverty in all its forms everywhere. So though we say that we have to end poverty and all that, we know that it is our 1 in 5 Indians is still remaining the poor, and almost 80% of the poor are found in rural areas. So if that is so, there are some states which are having a high poverty level, like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, or Madhya Pradesh. There is a lot of poor that because percentage-wise it may look 28 or 29 or 21 and all that, but when we count in millions, because ours is a very big country, we have so much of population living in poverty. And these are the different poverty lines that are statistically given. Beyond the statistics, we need to look at this challenge of poverty of one side, the food that is being wasted. We need to really critically look at, once there is so much of waste, why we have so much of people going going to bed hungry. So there is a contrast. Who will question these things? We have 2 million people are overweight and obese. Why it is? And why another group is still struggling with poverty, malnutrition? What is happening? And they say there is a increase of non-communicable disease through poor eating habits. So poor eating habits means people have not really understood what it is. So what they are eating or how to share. So these type of things, when you look at the challenges that we have, especially with related to the distribution or how to attend to the recognizing the needs of the poor and distributing what is needed for them. When it is not being done, the poor continue to remain poor. There is a severe poverty that continue to persist. So what are we going to respond? Now, when you look at this distribution and recognition model as a critical social work theory builder or a practitioner, can we do something? Can we challenge the situation? Can we, at our level, wherever we are, can we make a difference? Because we know that now with the increased privatization, the fundamentalism, who is being victimized and what is happening, it's all a big question that keeps haunting us. But as a person involved in the critical social work and all that, I think we have a lot to do in an Indian context. So this is then poverty in India. And another element of model that we need to look into, that is the reaching the unreached. Like Karen Haley speaks about holding to the critical revolutionary side of the Enlightenment. So when you are critical, you need to become the revolutionary thing. So when you do that transformation, of organization of the welfare organizations automatically takes place. Now, here I would like to share with you, this was another group of people whom we worked, or we made a study of the socioeconomic status of the manual scavengers. We know that like all the other discipline people can think of what to say, industry and all that, industry, profit, on. But we as a social workers, when we have to critically look at, we need to look at the marginalized, the less privileged, the socially downtrodden. We need to look at them, and we need to become a voice of the voiceless as a practitioner of the critical social work. Only then there is a meaning in entering into the world of this critical social work. And if you see the manual scavenging practice in India, it's really horrible. The number of deaths that are taking place, the discrimination that they go through, the deprivations, the pain, the agony that they go through is very, very painful when you listen to. It's one of my study. It was another type of research that we did about this manual scavengers. It was heartbreaking to listen to their stories, because some of them said that they don't even give them the proper compensation. And when they manually, then they have to do the scavenging. Everything is thrown. And I tell you, one entire day, I happened to spend the day with manual scavengers. From morning 5 o'clock, their roll call, to 1 o'clock when they finish the work. I just wanted to know how they are doing, what type of work. And 1 o'clock when I came, I was almost fainting. Like I just couldn't really accept how it can be. And the place that where we did the study, even they had dry latins. And dry latins means the scavengers have to literally take it with the hand. There is not a very the protective gears are very minimum given in the and the low salary, and many times the salary is not given to them, and their working condition is really poor, just because they work as a manual scavengers. In these tea shops, when they go also, they cannot go near the tea shops. For them, they have to take and go a tumbler, and they pour it in that, or they give them in the use and throw tumbler. Only that it is very, very painful reality these people are going through. We as a social workers, how do we critically look at their life realities? And another sad part of this reality was that the women and the widows of the manual scavengers, even as I said, the compensation they do not really get it. The women really look like very, very, some of them who have lost their husbands, the way they were sharing, it was very painful to listen to. So for me, the question is, how do we critically look at this life situation, and how best that we could respond as a social workers? So I think it is here that as a role of social workers or social work educators, we need to set a safe cultural space for all learners to be able to introduce to level of criticality. So to look at life critically, the learners should be trained at the early stage itself. For me, once it was very painful. It was from one of I studied in one of the city colleges in Chennai, and from that college they came here. They wanted to bring the students for rural camp, and I took them for the village where they could accommodate themselves in the panchayat today. But she said, no, it is not very safe. They have to, how can they manage? And it will be very difficult for them. I really got shocked, because I know as learners, if we do not really expose them to the life reality, they may be from a very good background and all that. It is also a time for them to give an experience of an Indian poverty. Only then, tomorrow, they will be able to raise critical questions about the social realities of in India. So the cultural space or how we introduce them to a level of criticality is one of the major tasks that we as a faculty, because it is a faculty development program. I really appeal this to all the social work educators. You expose this, learners to the worst situations so that they are able to learn better. At the same time, encourage to develop the resilience needed to robust in this space and to reshape their practice using flexibility and reflection. And when they go through this pain, accompany them, journey with it. It could be painful. Now, like as I said, with the commercial sex worker, the student refusing to go inside, just because the supervisor journeyed with that, that learner attitude completely changed. So, can we create a space for them, and can we reshape their reflection? Can we really ignite their mind to think critically? So that is one of the major role we have as a social work educators. And also we need to talk to students about the bounce back or the resilient plans. When you have difficulty, how do we manage? And if only we can teach them about cope up with these challenges or develop this type of resilience, I think not only in their professional life they will be successful, even in their personal life they will be very successful, because where they plan for how they will re-engage for the negative experience and how you have to learn and move forward. Sometimes it may be very, very difficult, but these negative experiences have a lot to change. Teachers, I can share with you another one experience of how the negative experience can be a transformative experience. One experience I always look at is Mahatma Gandhi. He was thrown from the train in South Africa, and that became the transforming experience for him. He said, if it happens for me, then I will see that no, it doesn't happen to others. So it is there he entered into the freedom struggle. Second, when he was traveling somewhere here in Madurai, only he found a man without shirt working in the field. He said, till the last Indian could have a shirt to wear, I will not wear a shirt. So he did not. So his negative experience, his painful experience that he witnessed, took him a real Mahatma. He is made a Mahatma because from all the negative experience, he bound back into a new person. It is possible. I can tell you another one learner only from the social work field. For them, the experience was like a rural experience, they call it. And when they went to the village, they had to work in two months in the village, earn from their earnings, and live take care of their livelihood also. So this particular learner was from a sophisticated family, never entered into a paddy field. But first time when entering into the paddy field, going down into the mud, muddy things, it was so awkward. It was a painful experience. But the way the rural people cared and all that, till today, the person has committed to work for the rural poor. And till date, she is working for the rural poor just because of the negative experience. So it is not that the negative experiences are all harmful. No, it can help you to come out with a better person. It is like a gold that is put into the fire. Gold putting into the fire, going through the fire process is not a harmful thing, but it purifies. It brings the best out. That is the same with the critical social work. When you look at the unjust things, when you keep questioning, when you keep challenging, you contribute for a better social justice. So in this process of critical social work, each of us have to develop certain skills. That is like critical analysis, self-awareness, reflexivity, reflection. All these are very important skills that we need to develop. The critical, as critical analysis is important, it is also important that we develop a self-awareness. Staying in touch or the being is very important when it comes to the critical social work. So, if these are the concept or the curriculum of the models, how we can contribute or how we can create a how we can create to contribute to critical social work. There are 5 steps that are being given. One is, they say, all of us live in a very different life situations. So locate the critical approaches to social work and their philosophical and political basis in the history of where you live. So if I work with a tribal, I will have a very unique experience of my own political base or a philosophical thing. So can I look at them critically? Can I see a person now, if I come from a manual scavenging family, or if I work with a manual scavenging a group of people, can I look at the approach of how what is happening to them? What is the practice that is best for them? What are the history that is behind them? Can I do that? Secondly, I try to identify the assumptions about the human beings and society and underpinning contemporary ideologies and political debates in social welfare policy. Now, if I have to look at the manual scavengers, can I look at what is the ideology that people have? Do they treat them as a human being or as a, they look at them like they're dehumanized way or a secondary human being? And do they have anything in the political say? Are they heard? Is their voice heard in the political scenario? Also, like when you take a social welfare policy or the manual scavengers, is there anything that is being really concretely done? It's a big question. Their work is not permanent. There are no safety measures. There is no insurance. With all this, is there anybody to voice out for their social welfare policy? And in this process, try to find out the relation between the social structure and the contemporary social inequalities. What are the aspects of the social inequalities these people are facing? And what is the structure that is existing? How do we address these inequalities, or what are the structural changes that we need to make? First of all, we need to identify the relationship and then try to make the changes. Then fourth one, critically analyze how power relationships, history, language frame the experience of individuals, families, groups, and communities. So when you look at the manual scavenging community, their history, I don't know whether anything is being documented at all. Do they have a history of what is being done? Or even the type of language that they use. When we were doing this study, one lady with tears, she was telling, they put everything, including shit, everything as a packed one and a thing where they have to take and go. Once when she refused to take, they said, you are meant for that. You have to take it. So they treat them like a person who can never have any dignity. So what is this experience of these individuals? And when they come together with the husbands who may be there or who is a drunkard, what the woman goes through. As a group, are they accepted? And as a community, are they able to voice out? All these things, can I look at it? Can I critically see from this particular group of people and try to develop? and then recognize the scope and limitations of this critical approach. So from this aspect, can I think of a scope of working further for them, or what are the limitations that I will be facing through? So these things, if I can do together, then I think from one particular point of view, or from a concrete group of things, I will be able to contribute for a critical social work. So this is a model, because critical social work doesn't fit universally for everybody the same. No, it differs from person to person, context to context, and that we need to look into, respecting their human dignity and human respect. So how can we do that? When we do that, all that we need to have it. One is our openness to the new possibilities. As we have a set of social work models, like a case group work, that is not the same. We need to look for a new possibilities, and our readiness to accept the other culture. Some may be very, very difficult to stay with them, talk to them and all that, but can we do that? And our ability to withstand the challenges, because when we become critical, we have to face the consequence. So can we face the challenges? Then when you go into or practice this critical social work, the difficulty that we will have is, one is not the real marginalized group or the downtrodden, they will immediately accept us. So winning the confidence of the people is very important. And also we need to understand the power structure, because most of the time they live under the control of the dominant groups. So who are the dominant group in that particular locality, who are politically, economically bossing over them? So that we need to understand. Then also the changes, creativity, innovation, whether it will be accepted by them, or is it possible for us to have a planned social transformation at all? So all these become challenges for us when you go into this. But as Darwin says, it is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to changes. So also I see that the social critical social work is that brings you, leads you for a change, which calls you for a consistent change. Then we become a different person. And from a Gandhi, as a person coming from a Gandhian Institute, I will also say that as a role of a critical social worker, we need to develop our own inner strength and discover our own skills. And we have to keep learning, especially when you have to go into, keep asking questions. We have to keep learning and never give up, because in the struggles to achieve or promoting social justice, it will be a real struggle. But never give up, keep doing it. And when we keep appreciating our own uniqueness, it will be possible for us to achieve. So I wish to conclude that we be the change that we want to see in the world. If you want to be a successful critical social work practitioner, be the change that you want to see in the world. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sister, for the very, very elaborate session and for your valuable inputs on critical reflection for social workers, the intercultural barriers to critical social work practice in India, and the ways to promote critical social work practice from the Indian context. And thank you for highlighting very clearly the challenges to critical social work practice. It was a really informative session, so we thank you very much, sister. And now I invite the participants to ask your questions. If you have any questions, you can ask sister, or you can type your questions in the chat box. There's a comment from Professor Vishanti Sipol, sister, in the comment chat box.
Okay.
Participants, if you have any.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
sister.
you. It is my personal opinion. I am very happy that the president is being taken from a tribal community and all that. But the first day when I saw the paper, the picture that was projected was she was washing the temple. I mean, she was with the broom cleaning the temple. This that was quite painful for me to see. One is as a woman to show that she's meant for to you and all that. Second, as a tribal, you remain always a thing. So is this the picture that they want to give for a person who is projected as a president? So that way, that was a bit painful for me. And I think we have to wait and see how she will be able to really stand by the voice of the voiceless. Is that okay, Professor Shanti?
Thank you for sharing that observation. I think, like representing women in very typical traditional stereotype roles. Is this how we want women in one of the highest positions and office in India to be constructed? That's the issue that you raise. Yeah, I just have concern with all that you've presented about the status of women, and people who are so disenfranchised in India, whether her background and her gender might be used against her. I sincerely hope not. The other thing that you talked about was like families in India, living in extended family systems, and there's no privacy. And yet in social work, we called to abide by this principle of confidentiality. And that comes from a very Eurocentric Western perspective. I know, like in South Africa, in one supervision workshop that we had, there was a woman, who stood up and said, this Bierstick, Bierstick, who wrote that book, Effective Casework Principles, with the 7 principles that he talked about, got translated into many languages, used in many countries. And she said, this Bierstick, he's given us all this principle and he's dead and gone. When I go into this rural area, yeah, and, I go to visit a family, I walk in and I ask, who am I here to see? And 10 women stand up, and then she wants to know, but who is the person should I be talking to? And they all say, we all here for her. So, the thing is, there are some spaces where communal caring and problem solving is seen to be privileged, above the individual kind of one-on-one that we consider in social work. So we took all that into account when we wrote up this new global social work statement of ethical principles. And we used the concept of shared confidentiality there. And that's actually to safeguard social workers, because they're so often scared to be called up for disciplinary action should they violate those norms, those ethical principles. I would advise people to look at the IASSW one, which is a lot more expanded one for particularly for teaching, and it has a lot more detail. This whole thing about the separation of the personal from the professional, I think does us more harm than good. I can give you another example there. Doing this workshops in Norway when I was chairing the Global Social Work Statement of Ethical Principles Task Force, there was a young woman who stood up and said, I work with unaccompanied minors. They're alone, they've got no family, no friends. And she said, I'd like to have a party with them or invite them like for lunch to my home. And she said, but I'm so scared of being called up for disciplinary action, you know, because you're transgressing professional boundaries, you know, the thing. And then I asked one simple question. If you were not called a social worker, but if your label was one of social activist, would you have the same concerns? And I can tell you the over 50 participants there agreed that if they were social activists, they wouldn't have the same constraints on them. So we need to look at how our current formulated code of ethics may actually prevent this kind of critical and participatory approaches that you are talking about, that calls for close engagement with people, you know, and to transcend in some ways that separation between professional and the people that we work with. And again, I want to reiterate, all the new documents on a global level do not use the word climate. And it talks about why it doesn't use the word climate.
Shanti, one thing more I want to get, we're talking about the global genome. Like even in the Sustainable Development Goals, one goal is that we want to create a safe cities. Nowhere they speak about the safe rural areas. Everything is concerned about the cities, urban, but not about the rural. So I think those things also, when we as a social workers take it up, our concern for rural has to be more. That's how I see.
I'm sorry, it was so hard to hear you because there was a lot of static on the line.
Yes, ma'am, there's a lot of disturbance in the...
Yeah. I think, Lisa, someone mics are open to Lisa.
Participants, kindly mute your mic. Sister, now it's okay. Yes, sister.
Yeah, Shanti, I was thinking about this sustainable development goals, even in which they talk about the safe cities and all that, but never talk about safe rural areas. I think we as a social workers at the global program should have a consideration for the rural people also. That should be, that we need to at least take into consideration.
Thank you, sister. Any other questions, participants? If you have any other questions, you can please ask sister, or you can type it in the chat box. Sister, thank you so much for the vibrant session. You have just thrown such a lot of inputs to us. Really, we are fortunate to have you, and you have rightly justified the topic. So we wholeheartedly thank you, sister, for providing such an elaborate session on throwing each and every the points that you were discussing about with the example. It was totally relevant for us, and it was easy for us to follow also. Thank you so much, sister.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kavita.
Sir,
Thank you.
one more
So one more question is also there in the chat box.
No comment from Professor Vishanti ma'am. And there's one more question, sister.
Yeah, I think that comes with the model of one minute. The poverty that the distribution that we were talking about, recognition and the distribution. In that context, it comes. That is spoken by Shakab. So this, what he is telling is that when somebody, when you know that you recognize there is a need, but we have everything, but still we withdraw everything, we deny, we do not give it to them. It could be the material, or it could be the emotional, whatever it may be. We give it in an isolated thing, but we, as a person is dealing with that or managing the entire concept, we are not willing to share it or give it to them. So that is where the distribution and the managerialist withdrawal is. We try to hold back for us the materials or the emotions or the other supports that we, one who holds it. So that is the managerialist withdrawal. Have I answered you, Brinda?
Ma'am, thank you. Thank you.
Any more questions? I think there are no more questions, sister, but the participants are thanking you and they're providing the feedback in the chat box.
Thank you.
So we thank you, sister, on behalf of PSG College, on behalf of the Social Work Department, and on behalf of the organizing team. We extend our sincere gratitude to you, sister, for readily accepting, despite your busy schedule, in a very short span of time, you have delivered such a wonderful presentation. So we sincerely thank you, sister, for all the efforts and for for your contribution to our program.
Considering your vast experience, sister, sorry we would associate with you in the future endeavors, because once we saw the profile, you were the one that you have just traveled the whole world and under different capacities. So we feel so honored to have you. And this is one second.
They are having last year.
So thank you everyone. Thank you for your active listening. Thank you so much.
You have given us a glimpse of all the insights that you have received by traveling through across the globe. We saw your profile. You have traveled to over more than 10 countries, and we think you have shared what you have learned to us, and it has indeed been very useful to us. Thank you very much, sister.
Thank you, sister. Thank you so much.
So we also sincerely thank the participants for their patient listening and for the support throughout the session. Dear participants, the feedback form is pasted in the chat box. So I request all of you to kindly fill in the feedback forms and please ensure that you fill in the feedback forms, because that will be taken as attendance for the whole day. So if you fill in the feedback forms, you we can ensure that everyone will get your e-certificates. So please don't forget to fill in the feedback forms. Thank you one and all. Thank you once again for your participation and for your support. Thank you, sister.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Yeah, madam, I haven't received the feedback link, please.
The PPT, sir?
Feedback link.
Feedback link. Yeah, it is in the chat box. Let me paste it once again. We will give it in the group also, sir.
Yeah. Even if possible, please try to send it in the WhatsApp group. My name is
Sure.
Gautam Akon. I'm from United States, USA. Thank you very much.
We'll share it in the WhatsApp group also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.